Me, what I remember is the cows. Okay. Oh, yes. The, no, not the balls. They say, yes. The horns, yes. There was the horn. And also, he say that when you see a lady, you should tell her that her eyes are like are as beautiful as the cows. The eyes of the cow. Yes, thank you. So thank you. So this morning, so welcome back, and welcome back to our third day and last day of AfPIF 2026. As usual, we will just go through all the slides. So if I can have the welcome slides. In the meantime, we can already designate who is going to do the repeat. Oh, maybe Brian. Brian, do you want to volunteer for doing the dance from yesterday? Because that's. Oh yes, I will be here next to you. So that's the thing you practice. So yesterday it was yes exactly. So you can do it. I think that among the things that we need to see today, we have through that coming back at 9. It's not easy, but we are all here. We have for this session we will have some talk this morning, and then we have some presentation after the coffee break on talent development and also a panel. After the lunch break, we also have some few presentation. Oh, and by the way, there will still be some peering personals, so that one is important. We have peering personals just before lunch break. So if you still have your, if you still have some slides, if you want to be part of the peering personal, so please come. Remember that the translation is available. So if need be, please grab a headset, the kit, and then you will be there. AfPIF, so we all know what is it now after 2 days. So even if it is your first AfPIF, you know what is AfPIF now. That's a regional internet conference, and we know that it's everywhere in Africa. We go from country to country. So we learn and share with each other. And by the way, thank you for all those that actually follow that request to learn and share, because I've seen a lot of people coming for the first time, and it was amazing for them to say, oh, I've learned from that person and from that person. Actually, I can give name, but otherwise, if I do that, you will have to pay me each time I put the name. So should I start giving names? Yes, there is Mark Tinka, so $1,000. Brian Longwe, $1,000 for me. So, so should I continue to give names? Oh, Ben Ryal as well. That's Meta. You have to multiply, so $10,000. Thank you. AfPIF for the age. So AfPIF started in 2010, as we know, and we really hope that we will continue to have more and more AfPIF, because we want next year to have like more and more colons and more countries to come. So if your country is interested into hosting AfPIF, so please feel free to reach out to either the PC or AFIX team that I will show you. So the organizer, we have AFIX, RICTA, and Planet Suisse. The AFIX Secretariat, so here they are, beautiful faces. So Kyle, Ashley, Maureen, Timothy, and Enoch. So if you don't find one of the PC member, you can also reach out to them. The AfPIF program committee, so those are all the ladies and gentlemen that have put together the program and working closely with the AFIX team to make sure that we have a successful event, and to know what we're doing, solicit talk, chase speaker, so run the show during the meeting, and make sure that we have everyone that we need. And by the way, if somebody knows who is Hama Isaka from Niger, please tell him that we need him here, if you have his contact. So we'll be the one volunteering from the MC. We'll also need your feedback, always need your feedback, to make sure that we always have a successful event. And if you want to join the PC, if you're interested to volunteer or to send us feedback, please send it at pc@afpif.org, and we'll be more than happy to engage with you. The conference Wi-Fi, so by Broadband System Corporation, so that's the name, the password for the Wi-Fi. So we have two, AfPIF 2026 and AfPIF 2026 _slow. So please, well, I was going to say this is the last day, so there is no need for you to review the agenda, but still check the agenda. There is a lot of great things. We know that some of you have bilaterals, so please make sure that you still review the agenda to know what are there, the sessions. There will be some great session, and you can trust the PC on that. We always make sure that we have great speakers. There will be another social, so there will be a closing social, and there will be multilateral peering and sessions today in the afternoon. So you can still request bilateral meetings with other attendees through BRELA. The expo area are still there, so we have our sponsors and that are there, so please continue to go and talk to them. They are still available. Well, tonight will be the last opportunity to hang out at the bar, and trust me, you learn a lot by being around. There are great people that are ready to share, and especially those that have been in the industry for long. And please volunteer for the PC. We need more people. Oh, and also, before I forgot, there will be a survey at the end. So please fill the survey so we know exactly what we did right, wrong. But please don't mention that Cedric was boring. That one will be, yeah. BRELA, so I think that now everybody is used to BRELA, so no need to talk too much about it. So for all the announcement coming, everything is coming through BRELA and by email. As I said, we will have the last session of peering personals. It will be just before lunch break. So please make sure to submit your slides at peer@afpif.org, and you will get, so that we can get your slide and put them before. So again, it will just be 1 minute presentation to make sure that you present what you do and where you are and how people can connect with you. Just a reminder, restroom, if you go out on the hallway left or downstairs, you have restroom. Bilateral meetings are downstairs, below the expo. Sponsor area outside. Lunch for those who have ticket premium, it's downstairs. Photo booth, so please continue to take photos and post with our hashtag AfPIF 2026. And the coffee station are out there on the terrace and also downstairs. Again, a reminder of the code of conduct. I will skip the first one again because we are already there on the last day. Please respect speakers and actively participate. Interact with others in a cordial and inclusive manner. And that one, you guys have been amazing doing that, because even the people that came for the first time felt like it's a big family. Be mindful of different linguistic and cultural background. Keep track of your belongings, please. I don't know, I hope that the person that left his phone was able to collect it. No discrimination, hostility, intimidation, or personal attack will be tolerated. Feel free to approach AFIX team on PC and PC member if there's anything. And if you don't feel comfortable coming to us directly, you can send an email to conduct@af-ix.org. We want to thank again all our sponsors for being with us. Some of them have been there for long, and we really want to thank them. We will have the opportunity to give a shout out during the closing. And enjoy your day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll get right into it. Up next is Bartendu from Meta, giving us a talk about improving QoE for real-time calling. Welcome, Bartendu.
Thank you, Michelle. How does this work? Okay. So by the time we get the slides there, I want to start saying thank you very much. Good morning, all. I was not expecting so many people in the room after such a good dinner. The room is really full, and I'm thrilled. So having said that, before going to the topic, I have two more things to share. One, this is my first time in Kigali, Rwanda, and this is my first time in this forum. And first time is very special because it only comes once. So I have no reference to compare. The only thing I had is I have a close friend who works for Meta. He is from Rwanda, sitting right there. Whenever he used to talk about Kigali, he used to talk very highly about Kigali. My city is like this, that. And I thought, this is a pretty reasonable guy, but how can a city be so good? But I must admit, the moment I reached here at the airport, the experience I had, the roads, the cleanliness, the discipline, the people, I must say he was correct. I'm really thrilled to be here. So this is, thank you very much, guys. Second is this forum. So whatever Fabrice was doing for Rwanda, Kigali, Michelle and Ben were doing for this forum. I think amazing, and this is my first time. And I must say, they are also very correct. It's a great community of very driven individuals who make sure that internet is functioning properly. Today, my talk is on the application which uses this network and connects to the last mile of the users with the user experience. So let's start. Improving quality of experience for real-time calling. We are talking about WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram, predominantly any OTT application which uses VoIP as a technology. This is a quick introduction, like who am I? I'm part of this team called Meta's Network Infrastructure team, same team as Ben and Michelle, represented here by this blue box, the box which has backbone networks connecting different data centers, edge POPs, peering connection, caching facilities, all the way to the ISP and CSP network. It's a very big team. I represent a subset of this team who look into the user experience, the quality of experience of all the applications, be it Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, Threads, whatever. And my passion is to make sure these two networks are working in complete synergy, and the applications which are running on top is getting the best user experience. Not only experience, but they are using the networks very, very efficiently. So that's what I do. I represent myself with that green arrow in the middle of these two boxes. Now coming to this word called VAMOS. This is a program which targets improving quality for WhatsApp or any real-time calling application which Meta has. It started in 2023, and you all know that WhatsApp has become like a prominent calling technology. It is growing leaps and bounds. Last 3-4 years, you can see it has become a default calling means. We thought, let's go in the market, talk to the operators, and understand what problems they are facing. So this program revolves around understanding the problem, finding the solution, and making sure that last mile users are getting the best experience. The name is Vamos because my boss is a Spanish guy, and this Vamos means let's go. Yeah, I said that enable the best experience for WhatsApp and other calling applications, be it audio or video calls, over LE telco networks. Now, coming to what is the challenge? And when we started going and meeting operators, we started with like big groups in the context of Africa, MTN group, Vodacom group. We learned that the problems are in these three buckets, which you can see in the bottom of the slide. One is call success rate, like how soon a call get connect, how many calls when they try get connect. This is one bucket. Second is calls are getting disconnected intermittently. So they have to dial again and so on and so forth. But the biggest issue which we heard is the call quality, the audio quality, the video quality, and so on and so forth. So we went back and understood the philosophy of how WhatsApp work and how this application utilizes the network underneath. And it appeared that WhatsApp as an application was designed with a very conservative mindset so that it can run on best effort network. If you have very basic internet, WhatsApp should be able to enable an audio call. But because it's a best effort network, when the user has any sort of challenge in terms of congestion or they're not getting enough bandwidth or latency is high, it modulates and lower down on quality. Users on the other side, I always give the example, my mom, she lives in India, and whenever she calls me, she always uses WhatsApp. And I asked her, why do you use WhatsApp? And she said, it's like one of the green buttons on the phone, and I just click it, but she expects the same quality as a voice over LTE call or voice over NR call. But fundamentally, the traffic of WhatsApp is running on a default bearer. It's fighting for resources with an email or somebody watching a video and all that stuff. But it needs more love and affection from the network. So there, we start finding kind of what are the solutions. Just to set the context, like for a WhatsApp call to happen, these are the three components at play. On the extreme left, you can see the phones, which has the WhatsApp application. Then you have CSP network, where the traffic is going to flow. And then meta infrastructure, which will help establish this call and support the call. For a good quality call, all these three layers has to work in complete synergy. Most of the traffic, when two users, you can see on the slide, phone A is calling phone B, all these nodes shown there, whether it's a fixed network or cellular network, these nodes are touched by the traffic. And Meta's infrastructure, which is shown in blue, help establish this call first. Sometimes it also routes the call. I will use this diagram in my subsequent slides for reference. Now, coming to the quality aspect. What does Meta see or care about when we see billions of calls happening across the globe? We see these two lenses. One is, what is the quality of a call? So quality lens. And second is how efficient the call is, whether we are using resources in an optimum manner or not. So this slide talks about the quality. You can see these four boxes. They are every call happening on WhatsApp. We categorize them into either of these four buckets. Either the call is tagged as a bad call, means it has a frustrating experience for the user, or it is acceptable, good, or great. In Vamo's program, our intention is to move all the bad calls, the red boxes, towards the right, or as much as we can. And eventually we want calls to be the great calls, like users who are using video calls should have high definition call experience. So this is the call quality. Second lens is the efficiency lens, like how calls are routed, which path they are taking, whether they are using the optimum path between two endpoints. So you can see these three boxes. The first one is P2P only calls. This is peer-to-peer call. And on the diagram, you can see a user making a call. The traffic, which is green channel shown there, is not touching Meta's infrastructure. This is called peer-to-peer. If you look at the extreme right, relay-only calls, in that, the traffic is passing through one or two boxes of Meta infrastructure. They are getting relayed through Meta. So those calls are called relay calls. And third, which is in the middle, is hybrid calls. So imagine I start calling Ben and call is routed P2P, but duration of the call, it decided to switch from P2P to relay. That call will be called a hybrid call. I can go in a lot of details why a P2P call happens versus why a call becomes a relay call and so on and so forth. But idea is we want to improve as many as calls possible to be P2P. We measure P2P success rate in each ASN. And we want that rate to be really high. How and how we can do it, we can talk about it. I will be around the hall. I can give you more details. So having said that, these are two lenses. How we work, very simple 4 steps. One, we go and talk to the CSP about the problem, what problem you're facing, and we look at our data sets. Once we establish that, we collaborate with the ISP or CSP to find out the root cause. It could be a latency problem, a throughput problem, a packet loss problem, or any other problem. Then we have some intervention solutions, which we can suggest and kind of help conducting a small trial. Once it is successful, results are expected, then we can help scale and measure the pre and post. So here in this meeting, my objective is, one, to build this awareness that there's a team who cares about WhatsApp calling. And if you have any problem, you can reach out to me, Ben, Fabrice, Michelle, and we will try to fix it. I will skip this. This is like all the elements of the network. We see the configurations and the parameters which are set into this service chain of elements, and fine-tune parameters which can help optimize the calling quality. Now, I have 8 more minutes. So there are a couple of success stories. As I said, we started in 2023. It's been like 3 years. We have worked with 50+ operators globally, spanning across APAC, EMEA, Latin America, US. I am bringing like 2 stories, one from Safaricom, one of our first intervention in Africa, and other was MTN. So we started engaging them. They told that there are some problems in the network. I will not go in details, but we established a team, we understood the problem, and then eventually we fixed it. We fixed it, like you can see in the bottom line, we reduce 25% of video calls which were not good. And it's a big number. And if you see in the charts, these 4 boxes, you can see in the first box, it says video percentage bad was around 40%. And there's a lot of video calls happening. After our intervention, it came down to sub 30, like 27, 28%. And then we measure the average RTT, the latency, the bit rate, the bandwidth, and all. All the parameters got improved after our intervention. And the work is still going on. Second use case is MTN group, starting with MTN Nigeria. We started the work with them. First, we look at the efficiency part and suggested them the CGNet solution to improve their P2P success rate. Once that is done, we go to the next step, like improving the quality, and the work is almost about to finish. And we have seen massive improvement in their network. And you know, MTN in Nigeria is a very big operator. We can see the percentage bad, you can see in the right corner of the slide, it slided down from like 25% to sub 15%, something like that. And when we look at these charts, it is like a percentage, but imagine millions of calls are happening, and if you reduce a number by 20%, you are actually impacting millions and millions of user experience. So I highly encourage you guys to kind of reach out to us if you represent the ISP or CSP network, and we will be able to help. They went ahead publicly during MWC. Like you can see Airtel, MTN, CTO, they all kind of went and shared their stories, how they have collaborated with Meta and how they have improved their experience. And MTN did this PR, which I am using in the right side of the slide. Now, initial first few engagements were like very one-to-one. We have a team which go and talk to operator, but we cannot scale to 600+ CSPs and 1,000, 2,000+ ISPs. Then with the help of Ben and team, we start building this portal to start giving visibility of the quality of calls happening in your network. So if you are ISP or CSP which connects with us, and if you have this access to NPP portal, you can see a dashboard and see what is the quality of calls happening in your network and what are the underneath reasons of that quality. And in that portal, it's at an ASN level, we give this 4 kind of buckets of information. First on quality of experience, what is the percentage of unhealthy calls in your network? Second is how many calls are getting high definition resolution, HD calls. Then second is we can slice and dice this data based on what percentage of calls are happening within cellular network, within your ASN, across ASN, user on cellular calling a Wi-Fi user, all the slices and dices. How many calls are, like, what is the percentage of bad calls on international calls, if someone from Kigali calling someone in London, so on and so forth. And we give like quite a good level of details on the latencies, the bit rate, the packet loss, and so on and so forth. So that dashboard is very helpful as the first reflection of seeing the performance of your network on the calls. It looks like this. I don't know, is it visible? On the top, it says connection type. You can drag down and see it's cellular or Wi-Fi. The second one says call type. Is it a domestic call, international call happening within 2 users in your network, or 2 users within the country but 2 different networks and all that? And then how the calls are, like, what is the transport mode? Is it peer-to-peer? Is it relay? And based on these filters, they can tell you what is the healthy call rate. So 1 minus healthy call rate is your unhealthy call rate or bad calls, high resolution calls, P2P success rate. So if you need access to this portal, Ben is the right person. You can reach out to him. He owns this tool. And then third part is the solutions. Look, first is giving you reflection on what is the quality of your network in terms of WhatsApp calling. Then you'll say, look, I know what to do. So we build some playbooks. This playbook, which I'm showing here, is to improve the P2P success rate. The changes you have to make on your firewall or CGNet, we have built it, and you can do it on your own. Depends on which OEM you have. Is it a Cisco or a Fortinet or Huawei or whatever? But these playbooks are very helpful. And this is a better version of the slide. Next steps. 1, engage and build awareness, which I'm doing through these kind of forums. And we will be happy to give you more insights on how WhatsApp work. Getting this insight will already give you like a lot of ideas on improving it. Second is establishing the problem statement, and by the access of this portal, you can see the performance on your own. And third is working with 50+ ISPs, we have a lot of best practices. So we can share that best practice. We are also very close to the WhatsApp engineering team. If there's something which has to be changed in the application itself, we collect the feedback from the ground, give it to WhatsApp, and they make the code change. With that, I am super on time. So happy to answer any question. I will be around in the room, in the area for any further discussions. And Michelle and Ben will be your primary contact. If you want to reach out to me, you can just talk to them. I hope this is a good use of your 20 minutes. Good morning.
I think our audio team were at the party last night and haven't fully woken up yet, have they? Great presentation, thank you very much. My name is Brian. I come from a very, very small country in the heart of Africa called Malawi. Have a small ISP there. Everything you've talked about sounds amazing, but you've done it with like super huge companies, right? How does it apply to a company like us? We've got at the moment about 500 subscribers. We want to grow up to 20,000, 200,000 eventually. It's in our plans, but those subscribers are experiencing the problems that you've just described. Is this a solution that can fit our scale or our size of business, or should we wait until we have a few million customers before we talk to you? Thank you.
No, first of all, Brian, this is a very good question. And thanks for bringing it up. Look, every call matters to us. So it doesn't, we started with big groups for obvious reasons. We wanted to understand the problem. We wanted to kind of do this hit and try with their technical teams. But now the time has come to scale this solution. And one of the reasons of me being in this forum is to enable the scale. So problems, whichever you have, I think these solutions very well fit into that. If there's something which doesn't fit into this, we will be happy to understand, because we're still building this solution further. And I will be happy to talk to you on that. So yeah, feel free. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you for this very nice talk. I'm Rish from ISOC. I wanted to know, so you said that sometimes when it's peer-to-peer, users are on the same network, but it might happen that users are on different networks.
Yes.
But have you seen cases where perhaps because of a lack of peering, you know, the traffic is going outside of the country and things like that? Do you actually see that? And is that a good case for peering?
Yeah, so I think that's again a good question. So one is, through this slide, what I wanted to kind of mention is, we want to establish a peer-to-peer connection. So the way it works is, when two people, like if I'm calling you, the application on my phone will try to establish multiple paths towards you. One path could be a peer-to-peer path, other will be through a relay, other path could be from a different relay, and so on and so forth. And the moment we start talking, the real-time telemetry on the application will enforce that the best possible path between Bhartinder and Amrish is peer-to-peer or relay at times. And traffic will start flowing. And this measurement will happen every second or even lesser than second. Wow. And application will decide if a better path appears to be available, and we feel that the experience is going to be better through a relay, we'll switch that traffic to relay. Now with peering, I think with peering, it enables those multiple paths to be available. Yeah, it means closely available. If imagine you don't have a peering, you are destined to go through a place which is far from you, and it adds some hops and latencies. So our objective is to give as many options as possible. Then application determines which is the best possible path. Okay.
And maybe quick second question. I see CGNAT is part of the solution, but can IPv6 also be part of the solution?
That's again a very good question. Most of the time we have seen when it's IPv4, CGNAT comes into play. But if both the endpoints are using IPv6, it's going to be a peer-to-peer call. Ultimate philosophy is, if two endpoints can reach out to each other, then that path can establish. A lot of ISPs don't enable that because of security reasons and so on and so forth. But there are other multiple cases. Imagine two users are behind the same CGNAT, and both of them are having private IP addresses, and the pinhole is not enabled. Then the traffic will go through the relay. So the bottom line is, path has to be available, then application will choose whichever is the best. And high P2P success rate means you are giving optionality for WhatsApp to choose among few available paths. If there's no P2P, it will always be relay call. But as I said, I am very passionate about this topic. I can talk about it for 3 hours. So if you guys have more detailed questions or something, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Batendu. Up next, we have Mark Tinker, who's going to give us a talk about IP over DWDM. Welcome, Mark. And Hama, if you're in the room, please see me here at the front. Thanks.
Morning, guys. It's rough. But we keep pushing. There's tonight as well still, so. Hey, yeah. No, but thanks everyone for making it to this talk. I've given it a few times in a few forums, so you might have seen it before. But if not, it's on IP over DWDM. Show of hands, anybody who's either heard of it or is deploying IP over DWDM. Okay. Couple. So just a brief history on the topic, or rather a brief architecture on the topic, is essentially running DWDM technology on top of, running IP directly on top of WDM in routers specifically, so with or without an optical line system. Reasons why it didn't work in the past. So essentially, the devices were too large, so extremely large line cards, extremely large routers, which means lots of power consumption. Fixed optical interfaces, so now we love pluggables, and we can do pluggables directly into the device, but in those days, the optical ports were fixed. So if you needed a different type of capacity, you had to get a different type of line card, which was overly expensive. The solutions at the time were quite proprietary, so Cisco had their own implementation, Juniper had their own implementation, Nokia had their own as well, so you couldn't really have a system that was not bookended on either side of the link. And then also, routers and switches were growing at much faster rates for bandwidth and port capacity than WDM was. At a time when WDM was probably doing, STM 256, which is, 40 gig, I think. IP was doing easily, twice, 3 times that. The line-side optics at the time were also pretty large, so at the time it was embedded CFP or CFP2s, which are power-hungry, physically big, and definitely not of an SFP form factor. And then the same problem we have today to some degree, but even then, is normally IP and optical teams would have been separated and don't want to interfere with each other. Now, a typical network today would be on the left-hand side, which is a device, router, switch, connects up into a WDM transponder and out onto the line system. On the right-hand side is an IP over DWDM, which some of you as operators would deploy, which essentially removes the transponder component, and you can either connect directly into the line system, or you can connect into a filter, a max-demux, and that's about it. So there's a whole layer of transponder infrastructure that's removed with an IP over DWDM today in 2026. And most of this is possible because of A, coherent, but also because of the SFP form factor. So on the left-hand side, you'll see a typical WDM line card, pretty large, expensive, quite sophisticated, with a CFP or CFP2 type pluggable that now has all that information and all that technology is now shrunk into an SFP form factor on the right-hand side. There's a QSFP and OSFP, QSFP DD and OSFP form factors, as you can see, so they're quite small. I should have had one in my hands. But yeah, so all the smarts you see in the optical engine on the left-hand side is now broken down and placed into a DSP, a digital signal processor, on a chip in the coherent plug. And that's what makes IP over DWDM possible in 2026. And as operators of IP, we love pluggables. So the pluggables on the right-hand side is what we really love. We can remove them and replace them and move them around and so forth. It also allows us to introduce 400 gig into your IP devices. On the right-hand side, those are 400 gig, but they also do 800 gig and 1.6 tera very soon. These can also run either on dark fiber, so you don't necessarily need a WDM system. Obviously, your distance might be limited without amplification, or you can marry them with a WDM system to give you reach and extension. So from 100 meters to 2,000 kilometers. Yes. So 400 gig is where it all pretty much began, and then we began to work our way both forwards and backwards. So forwards as in now 800 gig is now what's starting to ship, and then 100 gig was developed after 400 gig. The difference between the two is 800 gig and 400 gig both are in the QSFP DD and OSFP form factor, whereas the 100 gig is in the QSFP 28 form factor. If you look at the cost of routers and switches, you will realize that QSFP DD ports are much more expensive than QSFP 28. So if you've still got a QSFP 28 platform, you now do get 100 gig coherent support that will give you IP over WDM on your platform. Essentially, the biggest drivers for these 400G and 800G deployments are hyperscalers, but then that also starts to trickle and filter down into regular IP operators. So what does it look like in practice? So at the top, you will see a typical optical network. Again, switch or router client device into a transponder system, out onto a line system, and then the same on the other side. In IP over WDM at the bottom, you will see the same thing, but we've now removed the transponder layer and connected the device directly into the optical line system. So the transponders account for a significant cost in your optical infrastructure. And if you're able to remove them and then redeploy them to other locations where you can offer services that are, let's say, more premium and save on costs, this represents a significant step towards that objective. So this is a live example that I like to show of a customer we've deployed using IP over DWDM in South Africa, Cape Town towards the cable landing station that is landing to Africa in South Africa on the west side. So as you can see at the top, you've got a regular Juniper switch, maybe for management, I don't know. And then we've got the next two devices, which are your optical line system. And those are basically amplifiers. So you've got a booster amplifier in one slot and then a preamplifier in the other slot ×2 because there's two fiber routes going in and out. And then below that, you've got your max demux, your filters, which obviously are passive. And then on the business end of things, you've got your Juniper router. The Juniper router's got two 400 gig coherent plugs on either side, as you can see at the top of it there. And then those go into the line system for amplification across 130 kilometers from the cable landing station for 2 Africa into Terraco data center in the city of Cape Town. This system can support up to 40 channels of 400 gig. So this can do 16 terabits without any transponders. So you'll see there's no transponders here. The only thing to add is additional router ports and your coherent pluggables, and that's it, okay? So if this was something that you were building, you could save a lot of money from not having to have a router and transponder marriage. You just have a router and line system connection, and that would be a significant reduction, space, power, cooling, costs, etc. And then you wonder, so how do you manage it if there's no optical system? Well, this is Junos, but it would also apply to Nokia, it would apply to Cisco, Huawei, whichever vendor supports CMIS, which we'll look at later. You can display optical parameters, you can configure optical features directly in the OS of the router or the switch. So it does work, it does exist. Disaggregation is what we mean with disaggregation is that's when we're trying to collapse the entire transponder architecture into a pluggable that we can move from anywhere to anywhere. Again, mainly driven by the hyperscalers. It's all about simplifying the transponder and taking out all that smarts and putting it as close to the router as possible. So as you can see on the left-hand side, typical chassis with a line card evolves all the way now into a pluggable. So you have the option of deciding whether you want to have a transponder or a pluggable. And the main reason with which solution you go for really depends on the application. It's really all about, whether you want to have enough power to maybe fix for challenging use cases like long-haul terrestrial or subsea versus maybe something a little simpler. So that's really the difference between the two. So then we've got a concept known as the pluggable transponders. And the pluggable transponders provide I think there's a formatting issue there. It's fine. The pluggable transponders provide a happy medium towards IP over WDM if you are not feeling too frisky to go for it, maybe because it's too brand new. Because as operators, we love to have the demarcation between the customer device and our optical network. So what then this does is you have a pluggable transponder that is not as sophisticated as a regular transponder, because that transponder is relying on the smarts in the coherent plug to provide all the intelligence. So these transponders are basically just, host devices, really. They're extremely much cheaper than, let's say, a regular transponder. They're obviously much smaller. These options that you see at the bottom here, for example, are from one of the vendors that we support. And, there's 400 gig, 1.2 tera, and also 10 by 10G options, using coherent on the line side and then regular client-facing interfaces. So this is nice for people that want to transition slowly towards IP over WDM because it is still cheaper than a regular optical line system. It does give you the protection and demarcation that ISPs are used to, but then it also still utilizes coherent architecture, so MSA standardization, and obviously all the benefits that come with IP over DWDM. And then this is just a summary of everything we've really spoken about, right? So you're going from a low capacity system where you've got separated for either side to a line card that can mix and match both in the same slot, which saves you a lot on cabling, space, power. You're going from proprietary systems and technologies towards open standard, which means you can have a Nokia on one end and a Sienna on the other, or a Smart Optics on one end and a Huawei on the other. And that's really what we want to get to, because in IP, we're used to having different vendors on either end. In WDM, it's a lot more difficult. Vendors want to always own the network. With this, they don't have to, so you're not beholden to them. You're going from restrictive foreign lambdas coming into the network to being able to support any client from any vendor coming into your line system. Okay? And then obviously capacity, 400 gig now, 800 gig now, 1.6 tera soon in a pluggable, in a router is really significant. So as this is a peering forum, what does it look like if you were to deploy IP over WDM in a peering architecture? So let's say on the right-hand side, you've got a Nokia Edge device that's going to use a coherent 400 gig pluggable that will then, this could be over a line system or over just dark fiber. But let's say there's no line system, this is potentially going to be about 60 kilometers of 400 gig, assuming the fiber is really good. And that then has another one facing it on a Juniper device, let's say at the peering site. And then the Juniper device would have a 400 gig LR4, which breaks out into multiple lanes of 100G, talking to, let's say, an Arista switch with 3 times 100 gig, and then drops down to a Cisco device with 100 gig for, let's say, bilateral peering. So as you can see here, there's multiple vendors, multiple boxes, different kinds of plugs from different suppliers, all working together in an IP over DWDM structure for an ISP such as yourselves. And this is feasible and possible today, as I've shown you before with the Cape Town example as well. So this can happen. You don't have to bookend the same vendor on either side anymore if you're willing to take a bit of a risk. So some of the challenges, obviously, because as with any technology, there's always a challenge. The biggest question is, will it work? And due to CMIS, or Common Management Interface Specification, essentially a data model that allows any device that supports it to speak to a pluggable. You can either take a pluggable into a coding box and set it up, or you can put it in the router that supports CMIS and configure it as well. All major vendors do support the latest version of CMIS, so the goal is any plug in any hosts will work. The other challenge, obviously, is how do IP and optical people work with one another, especially in large enterprises where you have both an IP and an optical network. I'd love to say that they'll find a way, but in reality, this comes from the boss. And the boss says, this is what we're going to do, end of story. So if any of you here are CTOs or CIOs or things like that, the best way to now start to integrate IP over WDM between your teams is to basically give the orders and say, that's what we're going to do. If you leave it up to them, they will not do it. But then also, the risk is limited because you can now stream telemetry data from open standards such as OpenRODM, CMIS, GNMI, NetConf, and so forth into a single NMS as well. And this is the next question, the management question. So different APIs do different things, meaning that as much as we'd like to romanticize this and say there's only one NMS for all of it, in reality, just like as we do in IP, different systems do different things. So CMIS will be obviously for maintaining of the plug. OpenConfig will be for configuration management and so forth. NetConf and GNMI will support things like data retrieval, storage of the database, and things like this. We all love SNMP. REST and Kafka will send data up to the NMS and so forth. So you cobble up a bunch of solutions together, and that's how you build a management system. So not unlike what we're doing today. But having said that, the other question then is, if you're taking out transponders from the network, then you're going to reduce the amount of information you have to send upstream anyway. So that might not be a bad thing in and of itself, because if you don't need the data, you probably don't need the modules or the systems or licenses and so forth. So that's the other way of potentially looking at it. Again, on the management side, so left-hand side of the first image, you'll see what it takes to provision a service using a standard transponder-based network. And then on the right-hand side of that same image, you will see what happens when you remove the transponder layer. You're simplifying a lot of things. Similarly, on the right-hand side image above is a standard service mapping illustration, which you simplify at the bottom half by, again, removing a whole transponder system. So with IP over WDM, you can get to remove significant amounts of components and independent systems that you potentially don't really need anymore. And then instead, at the end of it, you end up coming up with a common orchestration point as opposed to having multiple isolated systems to monitor and manage the network. Again, if you're brave enough and dare to remove stuff that you don't need. So now how do you make the choice about whether you want to go IP over WDM or not? And this really comes down to whether you want to maintain gray plugs or you want to go coherent with or without a line system. Essentially, let's say you don't own an optical network, you're happy to lease capacity, that's fine. But if you want to own your own optical network, more than likely you're going to have to get into some kind of IP over WDM. Or if you have a small metro, you don't need IP over WDM. If you don't require, if you require both long and short haul services, then it would make sense to have IP over WDM because you have the option of going either metro or long haul, ultra long haul, short haul, and so forth. If you don't get to upgrade often, so maybe you do an upgrade once every 3 years, maybe not. But if you're doing upgrades every 6 months, every 8 months, then it begins to make sense. Anything over 100 gig, you're most likely going to want IP over WDM because it might be cheaper for you to deploy your own 400G than to go and buy 200 gig leased from a service provider. If you're doing more than IP, so you're doing both IP as well as as well as IP-based services. You can take the transponder out of the optical network, put the IP network directly, and then take the transponder elsewhere and service customers without having to spend a lot more. And then, yeah, if basically you want a low-cost entry, because what IP-WDM does is that it democratizes access to optical infrastructure. You don't need to buy a Nokia or a Sienna or an Infinera anymore to become an optical operator. You simply need to get into this architecture and then scale and grow from there. So where do we see things going? Obviously, hyperscalers are a pivotal part of rolling out new technologies. So 800 gig is what they're pushing now in 26. 400 gig is pretty much pretty standard now with the hyperscalers. On the operator side, we tend to be a little bit behind. So 400G, 100G ZR is what we're starting to roll out as well, but not at the same rate. In terms of where you see yourself in the architecture, it will be a case of what operating model you decide to choose. So whether you want to be, a bit on the bleeding edge and go for IP for WDM, or you want to remain legacy, will determine, which markets end up going this way. So it's not a case of, is Asia doing it faster than North America? Is Africa doing it slower than, let's say, South America? It's basically a case of the company saying, this is where we want to take the business, and that could happen in any. I think as we saw earlier this week at the DC panel, the data center panel, Africa might not necessarily be encumbered by a lot of the legacy infrastructure that some of the other more developed markets are using. So skip that step and go straight to this as an example, right? Traditional vendors will also potentially see a decline in the embedded optical engine. So we say embedded meaning it's a line card with all the stuff on it that's embedded versus pluggable. That will drop, but by and large, it will still be profitable for them because they've got their own set of customers. They will obviously get into the pluggable space. We are seeing Nokia, after they acquired Infinera, are doing their own OpenXR implementation also. And then they will still be relevant for more challenging use cases, so specifically terrestrial, long-haul terrestrial, and subsea, where you're not worried about power, you're willing to spend power to get the reach and the capacity. So you'll still see them in those use cases. In terms of catching up, so pluggables are generally about 1 to 3 years behind because the best chips tend to go to the big vendors first. But we're starting to see that gap close up quite nicely. So I think there might be 6 months to a year difference by the time we get to 1.6 or maybe even 2.4 tera pluggables. At this time, we're expecting 1.6 pluggables to start hitting the market on the coherent side, maybe early 2028. The other one is what we're trying to call bring your own either terminal or your own transceiver for spectrum type service. So in this case, the optical provider will give you a spectrum in the system as opposed to a typical transponder-based system. And then you can then decide if you want to buy 100 gigahertz or 150 gigahertz or 200 gigahertz. And then you pay for spectrum. You're not paying for capacity. And in that spectrum, you can run as much capacity as the technology supports. So you can run up to 400 gig in 100 gigahertz. You can run up to 800 gig in 150 gigahertz, and so on and so forth. So such services are not really common because operators are trying to protect their transponder-based systems because they can charge a lot more. But there are operators now that are starting to think about deploying some of these type services. And we're seeing a little bit of that in Africa as well. And then, yeah, I think just final thoughts in general is as IP engineers, especially as you hit the 100 gig threshold and want to go a little bit higher, you'll find that the cost of a 100 gig pluggable coherent versus 400G is about the same price, give or take, $500–600 difference. So do you go for 100 gig or do you go for 400 gig for the same cost? What I'm trying to say is that you will come across some kind of requirement to consider coherent and IP over WDM. So I think it's useful for us IP engineers to start to familiarize ourselves with this architecture. And it doesn't really require you to become an optical engineer, really, because again, it's just a pluggable. You start from there and you find yourself building slowly. I think that's really the message here, is that we are more than likely going to come across it at some point as our networks continue to grow. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Questions?
No questions?
Hi, Mark Graham here from the internet. You mentioned collecting telemetry out of your IP equipment, because that's obviously the point where the two systems start to overlap in IP over DWDM. Can you give us examples of what kind of things we want to be looking for in terms of that telemetry? I mean, is it as simple as just collecting the power levels, or are there other things that we want to be looking at when collecting the telemetry out of the pluggables?
Yeah, so things, obviously power is a great one. OSNR is, I think, one of the most important ones, both OSNR as well as the margin. So you have what is known as a Q margin, which tells you how susceptible you are to an outage because of a simple bend in fiber or the dust settles in the wrong place. So OSNR and margin are good data to pick up as well, and obviously pre and post FEC bit error rates. There's a whole host of things you can pick up, but those are like the most critical ones that you want to be interested in.
Okay, how are you? So my name is Winston from Nilos Networks. So I wanted to actually understand this IP of DWDM, most of it you have used in the metros, right? So what are the typical scenario cases for long-haul transmission with a view in mind that everybody is buying layer 1? That's what we have seen like in the market. So Nairobi, Mombasa, somebody says I need layer 1. I don't want like layer 2 over like IP. It has to be a standard. Second is like with the alien wavelengths, basically the difference of both the alien wavelengths and the spectrum. So how does the system work? Lastly, based on the traditional DWDM, we usually have like ILAs, right? So how does this system work on long haul that it can become a benefit instead of us investing a lot of money in the traditional DWDM systems? Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer your first question, there's really no material reach difference right now between metro and long haul or ultra long haul. We do have coherent plugs of 400 gig ZR plus QSFP-DD or SFP that can do 2,000 kilometers. So that problem has been solved. The only reason is I said like you'd want to look at a traditional system versus IP over DWDM, for example, or a pluggable, is if you've got really, really challenging fiber. And it's actually quite common to have better fiber long haul than it is to have in the metro, because metros get cut all the time. So you might find that, in a highly filtered roll-in-based network in a metro, you might want to have an embedded system. And then on the long haul, that's much more stable. You could easily go for a coherent plug. So it's really about the quality of the fiber and the density of the system you want to build and how much filtering you're going to do, because that introduces penalties. So that's not an issue. So we can do 2,000 kilometers at 400. We have seen use cases of 800 gig coherent plugs at 1,000 kilometers. So Nairobi, Mombasa, very easy. Durban, Johannesburg, very easy. Tororo, Kampala, very easy. Even Johannesburg, Cape Town. Your second question was about alien waves and spectrum. It's not different, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The only issue is, does the line system you're using or buying from, is it open? Because what some vendors are doing is they are preventing third-party transponders or third-party input signals so they can commercialize their own systems on either end. So some people will say, yes, we allow alien waves, but up to 50% of the capacity of the line system. After that, you have to buy our transponders. So we avoid those ones. We go for what we call the OLSs, the open line systems. And there's quite a few vendors coming up with open line systems that do not provide any restrictions or any licensing or commercial blockages from you doing that. They're still brand new, so most people will not know about them, but they do exist. So if you want to offer a spectrum service, an open line system vendor is the best option. If you go for a typical traditional vendor, then that's not going to work very well. And your third question was, I think it was similar to the first one, right? Yeah.
So about the system, so like, is it working also on single fiber? Or it has to be dual fiber?
Ideally, I mean, it's 2026, man.
No, I'm just asking.
No, but so there was, so in the grand scheme of openness, there's a group called OpenXR. So OpenXR was designing for a point-to-multipoint coherent base system, which was a 400 gig plug, but on it could do both, but could also do a single core fiber, ideally for GPON or metro density like this. So you take a 16 times 25 gig or something like this, and then break it down from one plug and going out to different sites. Fortunately, that was an Infinera implementation, and it started to hit the market. And then Nokia bought Infinera, and now you can't get that anymore. And Nokia going to keep it in-house. And nobody else is implementing OpenXR. But OpenXR was the one that supported single core, coherent, at 200 gig in an SFP form factor, QSFP-DD. You can get coherent with single core from folks like Tejas, Equinox, etc., Ribbon, and so forth, but it's a CFP2 pluggable, so it's quite big. Takes up a lot of power. On the QSFP-DD side, it does exist, but Nokia has locked it up. There must be someone from Nokia here. Has locked it up and won't give it to the market, so it's fine. So no, I would say just stick with dual core fiber. And yes, your ILA question. Yeah, it's the same thing. So you don't need anything else. The coherent will work across any ILA system. And amplify throughout. Obviously, if you get to a point where you need to add a RODEM to filter out and improve the signal, there's that. Or if you need to regen, it's a similar thing. But like I said, we are doing 2,500 kilometers of 400 gig coherent in the market today. So you can easily do a lot of areas in Africa at that level. Router to router, or router to line system and then router. Yeah.
So my last question is about the sensitivity of the fiber. Okay, so you know very well that in Africa there are a lot of fiber cuts. Fiber is really degraded. So as opposed to the traditional DWDM where you can be able to do the tuning for the power levels. So how does this system work?
It's the same. It's no difference, yeah. Okay. So you can manage power through the router. Okay. And then, it's the same. There's no difference. It's still WDM. The only difference is that it's open now, but it's the same. It's the same, yes. You just have slightly less power because it's, maybe 25 watts or something like this, but it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mark. We'll need our speakers for this morning to come up, have a small token of appreciation.
No, it's okay. You have to do. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have some peering personnel, so I'll call Frank to call up the speakers.
Okay, we would like to invite in front CAMEX, if they are here now, then Cabo Verde Telecom, BCS, Cynthia, and Brian Lionex, and TTCL and DAR IX. Was there anybody else who submitted? I believe not. Comics, no comics. Then we do. Let's go to the next one. And Cabo Verde? No. Yeah, okay. Cabo Verde? Please. No? Okay, that is Cabo Verde. Go. Yeah.
Hello, Cynthia from BCS, Bandwidth and Cloud Services, SN number 37273. We are in Kenya, we are present at Telephone House, we are present at Ikolo MBA1 and MBA2, EADC, SICOM CLS, Tanzania, Wingu Data Center, Uganda, Airtel House, Lugogo Raxio DC, Statistics House, Communications House. In Rwanda, Kigali, we are at Telecom House, South Africa, Terraco. DRC, we are at Lubumbashi. The ones with the red stars are planned. We shall be there soon. And then we have ZNDC and Harare in Telwan. We are also at London. For the orange on the map, those are the countries that we are currently in. And then the key shows the countries that we are transiting through and the planned countries as well. So that is our peering email. You can reach out to me as well. I'll be outside there for more information and I'll hand you some flyers. Thank you.
Would you like a peering port at Wingo in Dar es Salaam? 10 gig, single mode? No, I'm selling a peering port. Would you like a peering port at the Internet Exchange? Thank you.
I'm putting on another hat here to talk about Lionex, the Lilongwe Open Neutral Internet Exchange, AS 37800. Currently only available in Lilongwe, Malawi. Peering policy is open. We are really eagerly trying to pursue as many CDNs as we can to come and connect with Malawi networks. So I shall continue to stalk you, Michelle. I can't see Izzy. But yeah, please feel free to contact us. Our peering DB URL is up there. Thank you very much. We already have Cloudflare and EdgeNext, but we want more. Thank you.
Anybody in the room from TTCL? Going once, going twice? No, that's okay. Okay, we give Brian a chance. And after TTCL, it will be the DAR Internet Exchange. Maybe I walk towards them, if they're there.
Good morning, everyone. So my name's Linda Mushi from TTCL Corporation, Tanzania Telecommunication Corporation. So we do peering, and for public peering, we are present at DARIX, Links Mombasa, Napa Africa, and TIX Dar es Salaam. Also for private peering, we are present at Ikolo, Mombasa 1 and Mombasa 2. Also at Terraco Data Center, Johannesburg. We have presence at NIDC, Wingu, Easy, SICOM, Poster House, and Dar es Salaam Telephone House. You can contact us via email, peering at ttcl.co.tz. And for peering database, you can just follow the link as displayed there. And we're open for, we have an open peering policy, so we welcome you guys to peer with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and sorry for making you run. At least we know that when you come at AfPIF, you will do some sport. Like me, I think that I've shed some pounds since day one. You can see it, but. So now it's time for tea break. So we'll go for tea break. It's 10:30. We will be back in the room at 11. So enjoy the tea break and see you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
I'll think about that. We can pull that off.
Thank you for coming back to our session. So our next session is on talent development and community. One of my talents is to annoy Yolandi. Yes. But that's not what we're going to talk about. So we have a panel. I think that you may have seen that there was normally a talk, but unfortunately the person could not make it. So we'll go straight to the panel. And I would like to call two good friends of mine who have a very special name because it's pronounced like you are blowing a kiss. So it's like, yeah, true, it's So I will call Ntokoze and Charity Ngube. So please, if you can come. Please. Thank you. So they will be the one leading the panel, and they will call their other panelists. Give Charity. Give Charity. Sorry? Okay. Oh, I was reminded that I should be a good gentleman. Ladies first.
Greetings and good morning, AfPIF 2026. Okay, so before we can proceed, allow me to greet you the way we greet back home, where I come from, that is in Zimbabwe. So we normally say, Salibonani. So that's a greeting when you are meeting people for the first time. Okay, so when I say Salibonani, you respond and say Yebo. So Salibonani is more like saying greetings to you all. And when you respond to me and say Yebo, you are saying yes, we are here and we can see you. Okay? So let's try it. Salibonani AfPIF 2026. Salibonani AfPIF 2026. I can't hear you. Please give me some energy. Salibonani AfPIF 2026. Yes, thank you so much. Now I can hear that there are people in this house. Thank you so much. It's really a privilege and an honor to be here with you in the city of possibilities, the land of doers, Kigali, Rwanda. By the way, it's my first time to be at AfPIF. Okay, so I'm a newbie. Yes, and I am so excited to be here with all of you from where I am seated right now. All of you look so amazing. So, my name is Charity, okay? Charity begins at home. We got that, right? Yes, so my name is Charity Ngube. Like he said, you have to pretend as if you are blowing a kiss, okay? Yeah, for my surname. Ngube, but please don't bite your tongue. Yes, let's try it. I am enjoying the sound of it. Ngube, yes. So my name is Charity Ngube, and I hail from Zimbabwe, and I work as an IT lecturer at Solusi University. Solusi University. I am also a member of the Internet Society, and I currently serve as the head of policy and governance for the Internet Society Zimbabwe chapter, and I also serve as a technical trainer for the Internet Society Learning. Okay, so that's basically me in a brief. I'm passionate about bridging the digital divide. I'm also passionate about building digital and technical capacity. And when I am not at work, you can find me traveling. Yes, I love traveling a lot. Okay, so you can find me traveling, exploring places, and meeting new people. That's who I am. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel session. Yes, so our panel session is on talent and capacity development. Talent and capacity development or community development. So that's our talent, and it's with a major focus on community-centered capacity development. So what are we saying here? We are saying as Africa continues to expand its internet infrastructure through internet exchange points, fiber networks, cloud infrastructure, data centers, and different interconnection systems, there is another infrastructure that deserves as much attention, and this is the human infrastructure. This is the human infrastructure, and the question is, are we giving it the attention that it deserves? Are we giving it the attention that it deserves? Are we developing enough of it? Are we? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll walk away with answers from this session. Okay, so are we developing it? And once we have developed the talent, once we have developed the expertise, how do we create environments in which talent wants to remain, grow, and contribute to Africa's internet infrastructure? So this is the conversation that I would like us to have this morning. And for this conversation, I am joined by all of you in this house. How does that sound? Oh, that sounds great to me. Yes, I am joined by all of you in this house. And of course, by an incredible team. It's a trio, okay? By an incredible trio of experts in the tech field. So at this moment in time, allow me to call up to stage my panelists for the session. Please come up front. I will also give them time to introduce themselves as soon as they walk up front. So we have Yolandi Klewati. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. But I can hear the round of applause a little louder, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We also have Michuki Mwangi. Please come up stage, sir. Yes, so these are our panelists for this session. And before we can dive in, please allow me to give each one of them just a minute to briefly introduce themselves. Let's honor ladies. Yes, that's what Cedric said, right? Honor ladies. So we will start with Yolandi. You have the floor. Just a brief intro of yourself so that the house may know who is behind this conversation.
Thank you so much, Charity. Guys, she has energy this morning, ne? So my name is Yolandi. I currently work at DKIX in the capacity of community and academy manager. So as you can imagine, I'm very passionate about community building, as well as on the academic side, so doing training, workshops, and getting involved in capacity building. I've been in the industry for quite some time, over 10 years now, and I'm very happy to always be here at AfPIF. It's one of my favorite events. And thank you so much, Charity, for inviting me to the panel.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Now, please pass on the mic to the gentleman next to you. Yes.
Okay, I thought you'd go with Tokozo first, but all right, thank you, Charity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michuki Mwangi. I work for the Internet Society. My role is to oversee the portfolio of projects that are looking to extend connectivity to those who need it the most, overseeing the connectivity work. And in that, one of the things we do is looking at a community-centered approach to bridging the digital divide, if I could frame it that way. And having been involved in this kind of work for many years across the region and other parts of the world, some of the points that you've raised resonate with a lot of what we do at the Internet Society, and so happy to contribute to the conversations here today.
Thank you, thank you. Now please pass on the mic to the gentleman next to you.
Thank you, Charity. Greetings to you all. My name is Nulbi Ntokozo. I'm from, maybe, just one thing. I'm from Solusi University. Like she said, I'm the IT manager there at the moment. I've been there for the past 21 years. I'm also a technical trainer for Internet Society learning. I hope to learn a lot and share a lot with you today. Thank you.
Yes. So what do we say to this incredible trio of our panelists this morning? Maybe let's appreciate them with a round of applause before they can even start sharing what they have for us this morning. Louder. You are an incredible audience. Thank you so much. I like how you are responding. Yes, so now let's jump on to our first question. Maybe let me just give you an overview of how this is going to run. Okay, so I have prepared a few questions that I will direct to the panelists, right? And once they give me their first round of answers, we will throw it to the floor, right? We'll throw it to you, so that you can also add your contributions, right? So as they share, or as I share the questions first, I really need you to listen and listen very closely so that you can also prepare your answers, your contributions, so that we can make this as exciting as much as possible, okay? All right, and then once I am done asking them their fair share of questions, okay? I have also prepared some questions for you now that I said you are my panelists as well, right? Yes, so I have questions that I have prepared for the house. And once I begin to throw those questions to the house, I also expect the house to what? Yes, to give me the answers, all right? Yes, you are going to give me the answers. The panelists also are going to come here and there, maybe with follow-up questions, or maybe with additions to what you guys are going to share as a team of my experts this morning, okay? Yes, and then after that, I will open to the floor so that all of you now can ask your questions. It will be kind of a freestyle, all right? Where you are asking questions and the panelists are also answering and everyone else in the house is answering. Okay, so we don't want anyone to start dozing. So I need you to follow closely and be here with us, okay? All right, now let's begin with our first question. So our first question is directed to Yolandi. Why Yolandi? Because she is seated next to me. Yes, so my question to Yolandi goes like this. As you heard, Yolandi has her background in training, capacity development, all right? So, Yolandi, you are directly into training and capacity building. Will you please describe the type of capacity development you believe will untangle more potential and increase adaptiveness for positive impact as it pertains to IXPs, BGP, and DNS in Africa?
So I think for that, there's no one way to go, right? For me, I think it's a combination of things. So right now, I mean, my focus right now is to try and help with online learning, which I think a lot of organizations within our industry has, right? So we focus on doing online learning to make it easier for students and professionals to learn about the relevant topics in our industry at their own pace, because, you know, the world's a busy place, and we try and accommodate them by allowing them to do these modules and courses at their own pace. Secondly is on the ground, you know, like the work that yourself have been doing on the ground, being involved in training in the local communities. I know we have many representatives across Africa and also different organizations focusing on different topics. And what I think we do well as a community is actually working together on that, you know, to try and educate as many people as we can on these topics. So it's really a combination, I would say. For me, what we've seen where we want to contribute is there's a lot of technical content that's available. So if you are looking to understand the technicals around the internet, so BGP, DNS, routing, all of that, there's a lot of good modules that exist, and we have a lot of training that's happening on that. But what we are missing is really the understanding the business around interconnection and peering, why we do what we do. And I think for me, events like this, you know, peering forums as well as NOGs, provide the opportunity for people to really understand what is actually going on behind the scenes, not only on a technical level. And on top of that, we are trying to create modules to also address that topic, you know, to make it easier for new talent to join our industry, whether you are a student coming from a university or you are a professional coming from a different industry or moving job or whatever it may be, to give you more insight into how it works and just help you project your career. Because for me, when I started a few years back, I can tell you, I really struggled to understand interconnection and peering, and it took me a while to really wrap my head around it, because everything is basically, or most of the knowledge we have is running around these conferences. So, yeah, my view on this is that it's a collection of these initiatives.
All right. Thank you so much for that response. So that is according to Yolandi. Now, according to this house that is here, will you please share with me the type of capacity development model you believe will untangle more potential and increase adaptiveness for positive impact as it pertains to IXPs, DNS, and routing in Africa? Now, I am opening it to the floor. Yes. There is the ball. Who is taking it first?
Yeah, Michelle.
Oh, yes, Michelle.
I don't know if it's on. Is it on? Oh, cool, great. I think you're right, Yolandi. There's the space for, what's it called? Online training, because it's easier. Getting a bunch of people somewhere like this is expensive to do and all of that. The trouble with that becomes like completion, as we all know. How do you make sure someone finished? And two, how do you make sure they learned something? How do you test them? How do you ensure that they got something from it? I think those are the main challenges. For now, we've identified, yes, the best way forward is online training. But then how do we close that gap of, did you finish the training? 100 people will start, 5 will finish. So how are any of you tackling those completion rates and ensuring that people understood the concepts they were learning?
Well, for me, you know, like you say, Michelle, it's a challenge. Even myself signing up for online training, I sign up for them, I start, and then maybe 10% in, I lose interest or I forget that I was enrolled in this thing. So now that I'm standing on the other side of that, where we are providing the training, we are looking at ways to keep it engaging, either gamifying it, maybe putting in more reminders, more engagement, and also perhaps starting conversation, actual conversations, not just you looking at a screen. So there's different things that we are looking at, but it will always be a challenge, unfortunately. And in terms of measurement, that I do not yet have an answer because, you know, from our academy point of view, it's still in the young phase, I would say. But I know that especially with ISOC, you guys have a good process how you measure and see what is happening after training or fellowship.
Yes, actually, and I wish some of my colleagues who are actively involved in, we have a team that's called Empowerment, led by my colleague called Joyce and Esther, who have been investing a lot of time and resources in improving our e-learning and online training, and also the in-person training. So some of the techniques that we've tried to use is introducing moderators. So you have an online course, but it actually has a moderator, and Tokozo and Charity are part of that group of online moderators who help, oh, and of course, Cedric, and a few others here that I've met are part of that group of trainers who support our online training. And so they have techniques of keeping the cohort engaged, following up directly, using tools, whether it's WhatsApp or Telegram, the tools that the group is more comfortable with, to have that engagement so that despite it being remote, they're actually constantly following up to see the progress the individual is making, what the challenges that they are facing, and so on and so forth. So that helps. The second thing that has also been helpful, especially in our part of the world, is that the certification is valuable for their individual professional development. So having a certificate at the end of it will either enable them to get a better, get a promotion at work, or be more qualified for the opportunities that they're seeking. And so making sure that it's not just a completion certificate, but it's a certificate that actually someone can present. Yes. Now, certification is difficult. And so we are yet to tackle that issue where it is a recognized certificate. But making sure that there is something that you can provide anyone who completes the course is key to improving those completion numbers. So we are constantly evaluating the mechanisms of engagement. We've now looked at a different approach, which is making the remote learning to be short videos because of attention spans. So the team that Joyce leads have actually realized that having a 30-minute video actually is not really good. So you want to reduce that to a few minutes and making sure you're touching on the key points so that people can actually grasp what they need to grasp to be able to move on. So there are that and a couple of other techniques that have actually been improved so that people are able to progress across the various modules within a shorter time span. And then making sure that there is support, even for the self-paced that are not moderated. There is someone you can write to if you have an issue and get support or to be able to progress to the next step. So it's an iterative process which we continue to learn and get feedback so that we continue to increase. I don't have the most recent statistics, but I'll try and find it in terms of what our completion rates have been. But over the last couple of years, we've actually been seeing, as a result of the changes we've been making, our completion rates have actually been going up. I don't want to quote the wrong statistics, so I'll try and find it before we get off stage and share with you in terms of what the most recent ones are. Thank you.
I just want to comment on that. Now that you've mentioned the certificates, one of the things we want to try is something called career path certificates. to encourage individuals not to only do random modules, you know, and hope for the best, but have more of a structure so that if you complete them, yes, you get individual certificates, but then if you complete a certain collection, you get a specific career path certificate that indicates that you have the base knowledge to step into that position.
Yes, and that's very similar to some of the things we are also doing. For instance, we have some grant opportunities. So if you want, for instance, to apply for a grant to build a community network, then we kind of want you to have done the course that we have on community-centered readiness assessment, so that we know that you actually know what you're actually applying to do. So putting in some incentives behind that also enables people to actually take up the course, complete it, because it sort of in some way improves the quality of the proposals we get, and also gives us a certain assurance that this person who's done this course knows what they're about to do next. So that progression in terms of why do we really want you to do this course, why is it valuable for you, is, so we are developing the course with the end in mind. Yes, that's true.
Okay, I can see someone is ready to share, but maybe before you can come through, let me give Mr. Ntokozo just 1 minute to add to what our panelists have shared. Will you please share with us some experiences from Zimbabwe and what you have come across doing this work?
Okay, thank you. Maybe to just re-echo what Mwangi has said. ISOC has what we call tracks, and those tracks allow you to, to be focused on whatever you're doing. So you have your technical track or your networking track, which would allow you to do, example, designing and deploying computer networks, building wireless community networks, with a bunch of other courses. So number one, that makes someone to be focused on what they are doing. The skill is being built around the domains that center around what you want to do, right? And then secondly, the other thing is, for the completion rates, you have to motivate your participants or your students. What is it that what's the purpose for them to join the course? And then, of course, we do some follow-ups to those ones. And the model that we are using as a university, as well as with internet societies, whereby we have what we call boot camps. And those boot camps, normally what we do, firstly, you have to complete the online courses. And then after you are done, then you can come into the boot camp, where we have this face-to-face, where we want, the rubber to hit the road. So that then allows the participants or the students to be able to complete or to fight for completion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe just to add onto what my panelists have shared here, what we also do, in addition to motivating them, right? We also find the mentors. Okay, yes, we find the mentors, people who are going to take their hand, hold their hand, walk them through the journey. People who have walked through the journey so that they can guide them, share their experiences with them, show them that it's possible. Okay, yes, I'm sure all of you here have had someone hold your hand through your careers to be where you are today. Someone has really taken their time to guide you and hold their hand. Is it so? Oh yes, I want to believe it so. So that's what we sometimes do. And we also use some kind of storytelling to motivate them. People who have gone through the journey, we call them to give their testimonials, right? Yes, and share how they've managed to use the knowledge, the skills and experiences that they have gained from those trainings to be where they are. Right? Yes, I have a lot of stories from Zimbabwe. If time permitted, I would start telling you until sunset, Yes, because, yeah. Okay, so I can see, okay. Let me...
Ignore this.
Oh, This, all right. Because it was now giving me too much pressure. All right, so I hope it's settled now. So allow me to give to the lady who was on the mic. There was a lady, you know I love ladies more than gentlemen. Yes, because I'm a lady. Yes. Gentlemen, I love you too, but not more than ladies. All right, it's fine. Let's give it to a lady and then we will shift and give it to a gentleman. All right, thank you.
Mine is back to the participation and completion rates. I used to be one of those moderators that Mitch is talking about.
Okay.
And it used to be good and exciting until GDPR. And because of GDPR, it became, we no longer had the freedom to engage the learners, because when a learner would be going slow or they've not submitted any of their coursework or their assessments, we would reach out to them and ask them what's going on, because we know life happens, and remember we are trying to engage learners from all parts of the world. And after GDPR, that became very difficult. So I don't know what your plan is to keep them engaged and have good completion rates while still maintaining GDPR.
Okay.
That's for all of you. Mitch, maybe first.
Yes, so that's actually something that we've had to review through our legal teams, because then it's also a question of, as the learner is coming on board, then they would want to consent to have that communication going on and follow up with the moderator or with the trainer who's facilitating that. And once they consent to that, then it's okay to follow up. If they don't consent to it, then we will not include them to be part of the ones that you can be able to follow up. So it's a choice that's given, and those we've not seen major pushback in terms of those who don't accept to have that follow-up, with the understanding that, especially for moderated courses, that there's a moderator and we will provide them. What we've ended up seeing is the creation of WhatsApp groups for each cohort. And through that, then the moderator has the training to be able to say, hey, if you have, please feel free to reach out to me. This is my contact, my email, and so on. So the person who's struggling can actually reach out to you. And occasionally, they're able to either write emails to each other, and something that allows for a way that to open the door in terms of that conversation. So there's been training around that. I think they can confirm, and just to make sure that for the cohorts especially, because it's a group, and there's the approvals or the permissions, consent being made at the beginning, it allows for that communication to happen bilaterally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one last thing, AI. These assessments lately, you know, AI has really affected learning. You send out, so at the end of every, let's say, module, there is a test or a small exam, just to like make sure that things are okay. So they're sent the tests, and when you receive the answers to these tests, most of them are asked from ChatGPT or Claude. The answers you can see directly, and some of us will write back to them and saying, hey, this is from ChatGPT. Could you please go back, make sure you understand? I'm not saying don't use it. It could be an extended tool for learning. So basically, you're going to get more understanding of whatever it is you were learning, but don't come back and give me your answers from ChatGPT. So there's that too. I don't know what your plan is. Are you going to be able to track answers that come from ChatGPT? I don't know what the plan is, but because then also that also affects the learning as well. You don't know if anybody has. So at the end of the course, the person has scored 100%, but surely that 100% is not valid.
How much time do we have?
Okay, so allow me to throw it to the floor.
Someone can answer.
Yes. Who would like to answer it from the floor? Okay. Oh, yes.
The AI problem. My name is Mukam. I'm a trainer at AFIX, and we've trained about 10,000 people across this continent, and we have an e-learning platform that has 6,000 people right now as we speak. The AI problem is not a problem when you start by defining the goal. Training people, acquiring information is never the goal. Every single one of us in this room, in the last 1 month, we've had some kind of problem at home. How do I unblock a tab? What did we do? We did not go and look for a training. Because of that problem, we looked for a YouTube video, we went on ChatGPT, and we solved the problem. When the goal is solving a business problem, people will find the training wherever it is, and they don't need to complete it. All of us have gotten some tremendous amount of value from a book from which we read only 1 chapter. We took that 1 chapter, it was sufficient for us to solve our business problem. So I think particularly in a context like AfPIF, where the goal is getting people to accomplish things, solve business problems, we should not focus too much on completion rates. That is important, because when the goal is solving a problem, I don't care whether you use AI. Because if you are my boss, you tell me I need you to set up a pairing session between you and Google and do it well. Do you care if I use AI to do it? Okay. Now, if it's now, when it comes to learning, now let me go now to the learning problem, right? Nothing is going to. There's 2 things that we found from our experience at AFIX. The first thing is, of course, we do the whole gamification thing. We do loss aversion. Yeah. With these 5,000 plus people, I would say we've kicked out about 5,000 people who are not active. Yeah. Because if you're not going to be there to be active, it means it's clearly not useful for you now. So please go somewhere else. The second thing most of you already spoke about is certification, right? Because you're going to say there is value for you in doing this because it helps with your career. And I think most of it is a marketing problem. Like I'm not a marketing person at all, but if you've got brilliant marketing people who say, because of this certification that you get, it raises your chances to grow your career. Right. So our certification, for example, we work with the AFIX Forum, which is a global listing, and we have that's what our certification is based around. Now the third thing is doing it. At AFIX, for example, we are moving away from doing training. Free training. If you speak to one of my colleagues, come and do another IPv6 course, we'll just commit suicide. Sorry, but we do these things we call deployathons. The goal is, for the next 4 days, no one is training you, but we want you to get a block of IPv6 addresses, announce it, etc., etc. Here's the funny thing. During that session, there's a lot of consumption on the online courses because they have a business problem they want to solve. Because if you call, but I'm getting stuck here. Why you're getting stuck is because you don't understand these concepts. Theory then makes a lot of sense in the context of trying to solve a business goal. So, in a nutshell, I think if you're going to get value out of the capacity building efforts across this continent, as much as possible, we should get people to solve business problems. Because if that is the goal, then training is just one tool in the basket. The other tool could be getting their managers on board, making sure they have the resources they need, and all of that. Thanks.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sir, for that contribution. Okay, so just a moment. I can see your hands. Okay, all right. Allow me to move on to the next speaker, and I will throw it back to you, okay? Yeah, for the sake of time. All right, so I am directing this question to Mr. Ncube. Mr. Ncube is coming to us from a university background, all right? Yes. So, Mr. Ncube, what do you feel is lacking on the educational side versus what is happening or what you are seeing on the ground? Is there a disconnect between teaching and industry requirements? And if so, what experiences and examples reveal the missing puzzle piece?
Okay, thank you. The challenge that we have, or the way how universities have been operating, we are seeing a paradigm shift, and we are working like in silos. There is that disconnect where a university, you decide to say, okay, we are going to train a student, and they learn course A, B, C, D in semester 1, and then they do course 1, 2, 3 in semester 2, then second year, and then they go for attachment. So when they do internship, they are doing internship for something that they've learned in their first year, which is 2 years back. So now, with a way of, we are now trying to recall what you learned on semester 1 on your third year. Then that gives you more time, or it makes learning even slower. So the idea is now we combine theory and practical at the same time, kind of like doing a modularization. You do a course, a theory, and then after that, the other portion of that particular course within that particular semester is given to a practical session. I'll give an example. Say someone is doing introduction to computers, and then during that particular first semester when they are doing that, we want them to be able to, in the morning, do theory, learn about the protocols, etc. In the afternoon, have the same student going to work on a project, going to do the cabling, going to do the termination of the cables, configuration of routers and access points, and at the end of the day, not only doing these things virtually, but giving them that feel. We need an education that embraces being practical as we are moving. So that is education with production, which is education 5.0. And you'll find that we have a lot of resources which are in silos. Like example, AFRINIC is going to give you the IP version 6, and then ISOC is going to give you designing and deploying computer networks or building wireless networks. And you find that these two courses, they are related. So even if you go to Rhizomatica will give you courses that have to deal with the connectivity as well as solar energy or renewable energy. And when you put all those together, your IXP needs constant power. You also need your cabling in terms of your configurations, which you are going to get the same courses from Internet Society. And then your IP version 6 deployment, which you are going to get from AFRINIC. And then in universities, we need to have these combined together. Teacher-student theory, have them do the practical. At the end of the day, allow them to, whatever they do, they have something that they can show out. And that model, I believe, will also give us a setup where our students become innovative, and when they complete, they are already in industry, because what they are learning is what they are applying. So if you look at examples, I'll talk of Zimbabwe, I'll talk of Kenya. You'll note that most community networks that you find in Kenya, it is more of people that were trained like under Internet Society, and when they learn the type of the model that we are saying, theory and practical simultaneously, then allows for impact. So if you need deployment, or if you need something that is practical, that then allows us to say our training is just not for the sake of certification, our training is for deployment, right? So you don't need a setup where you are going to say, okay, we are going to train someone for a degree, and then after 4 years, then they go into industry, they are asked, now start to do certification. They don't have that time. So let's embed the certification, let's do the collaboration, and let's have the student, when they complete, they are done. They are getting into industry just to go and work. That will allow them also to be as innovative as possible. And if these resources are put together, I believe we are going to be looking at more IXPs. We are going to be looking at more data centers having resources coming straight from the university. So the model we have now is the student learns, they go, they look for attachment, and then there's that disconnect. And also we have these resources all over. Let's put them together, put them in one room, let's have something that is tangible and that has impact and is an output that we all can benefit from. We cannot be going back to the manufacturers of gadgets and say, you know what, we've bought a gadget, also ship for us the personnel when we are there as Africans. So we are there to say, we get the gadgets, we play around with them, know how to work with them, and we build what is going to empower us. Nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Ncube. Right, so allow me to throw the ball back to Michuki. Okay, so I'm almost finishing this round so that I can also give the rest of us enough time to explore this topic. Okay, so please bear with me. Okay, Michuki. So I would like you to share your experiences from across Africa. All right, so from your work across Africa's community networks and Kenya and the so many places that you have been to as a technical trainer, will you please share with us how you have been translating lessons that you have gotten from building capacity into real field work?
Thank you for that question. So one of the things that we've learned in developing the training and being able to translate that into actual relatable, let me rephrase that. The experiences we've had in trainings, especially because the work we do is on community networks really targets people in marginalized areas, has made us to rethink about how we deliver the training. So I'll give an example. Last year, we did some work with a refugee community in northern Uganda, in a place called Rhino Camp. And the goal there was that there is an issue of connectivity. There is not affordable, reliable access in that refugee camp. And it serves quite a large area in terms of the square footage and also the population. So what would work well? What is the kind of training that would actually enable the people there to build, run, and operate their own network the moment we left? So we have to flip it and make sure that from the start, there is buy-in from the community. We start with that end goal in mind. What is it that we actually really want to be the end product? It's a community that knows why they need the connectivity, how to build it, how to run it, and maintain it in a way that's sustainable. So we start with that end goal. And so the engagement process, even before we start the training, is getting to understand how have they actually been doing the training. What are the efforts that have been there in the community in the past? What were the challenges that they faced, and how did they actually make it work? Who are the partners involved? And we work through those partners to start delivering the training. Some of the lessons we've learned, for instance, is that you go to a training facility that you can actually do any training and you realize, yeah, no training has happened here. There are no chairs in the room. There are no tables, so people actually have to sit on the floor. You have to do the traditional board because even half the people are not, can't really read content in English. So it's a question of localizing that training in a way that can actually be delivered to the community based on where they are. And as they get bought into it, they are going then to start being thoughtful around, well, maybe we actually need to find chairs for this classroom to be functional. So the first one, they'll sit on the floor. But 2-3 days later, they will figure out how to make bring chairs into the room, how to make it more interesting through diagrams as opposed to text, right? So it has to be so basic to get them to a point of knowledge. And the goal that we use, or the approach that we use rather, is train people who will become trainers for the community. So you go to the community, train the trainers, and the trainers then will train the community. And why is this valuable? Because it's the same approaches that we've used over the years. Many years ago, when you look at the work that ISOC did, it was training individuals who then came into the community and trained a few others, and then those others trained a few others. But in the context that we're looking at in bridging the connectivity divide or the digital divide, it's harder for them to come to us. So we sort of have to go to them. And in going to them, then we have to look at it from where they are and understanding their challenges, looking at the opportunities that are there, and being able to adjust and adapt our training to the local context. And that is where we've been able to find this successful. And this is not just unique to Africa. Let me give other examples. When we go to indigenous communities in the Amazon, similar challenges. When you look at indigenous communities in North America, similar challenges. And also in the Pacific Islands. So the target audiences that we've been addressing, the indigenous communities, refugees, women-led social enterprises in marginalized areas, you've got to adjust the model of how you train to be able to make it practical, more relevant, and easy for them to own it so that they can actually use it for the objectives that they're getting the training for.
Wow. Thank you so much. So my round of questions for the panelists is done. Now I am throwing the questions to the floor, and after that I will rope you in. Okay, you want to come in right now?
Yeah. Oh, because okay. I'm here like more than 30 minutes.
Oh, so sorry. Yes.
So actually, my experience for this training and online courses, this is into the negative side, because most of the people, they certified, they have the certification, they train, but when you give them a practical something, let's say someone even certified, have many certificates, you give them the device, even the console cable, they are failing to do even the basic things. Back in the days, like Michuke, remember, like we were doing some training 10, 15 years ago, we bring the device, we create the topology there, we prepare the lab there, then the student have the experience, even we have to connect the cable, like the physical, to play with the physical devices. I think in my practical experience, we did like example, I have experience interviewing more than 55 people just to select 2 engineers. Can you imagine? So they are even having a CCNA, CCNP. You give them the device, do a small work, they are failing. Experience into today's training and back in the day, like long time ago, doing this kind of training, I think have more value than today. Yeah. Because you also need to do analysis. How many, like you say, I saw that AFIX saying you train 5,000, 6,000 people. You need to do evaluate today, so where are these people? Who are the industry like now, who's doing any training? I can see like, the same pace coming to the meeting and they are the trainers. It doesn't mean like you did 5,000 or 10,000 people. We need to give chance to the opportunity to those people who came from those training. That is the value, I think you need to bring it. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. So what I am getting from there is that we have a problem. Yes. Yeah, we have a problem. Did you get the problem? Yeah, we have a problem. And we need to find a solution to the problem. There is a big disconnect. People who have certifications, who have degrees, who have papers, can't show for the papers that they are holding in their hands. How can we bridge that gap? What can we do? Michuki, you'd like to answer. Maybe I would like the floor to answer me right now. I'm taking it off from the panelists, the floor. I would like you to engage with me and provide solutions, problem solvers before me. Please provide us with some solutions. There is a problem here and we need to go out with a solution. What can we do? So many people have done so many trainings. They hold so many certificates, but they can't show for the certificates that they are holding. They don't have the skills that the papers they are holding claim to have. What can we do? How can we better improve the models that we are using for building capacity in different areas where we are? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm using my SDNOC card to answer the question. Sorry, English is not my first language, so I will say it very clearly, and it may be a little bit tough, but yeah, that's it. If someone needs to learn or he wants to learn, they will find a way to learn. You cannot push people to learn. That's my philosophy. If I want to learn something, I will do whatever it is. I wouldn't have obstacles. It will be my excuses, right? If we try to help you use the resources and don't take it like for granted, and 100%, this is the resources should give me everything. It will not. This is like we are teaching you how to take the first step in the stairs, but the stairs are so long. So you need to do something by yourself. We cannot feed you everything. We need also to keep up with technology. We need to keep up with what's happening in the world, right? We cannot travel every month to place to set up equipment and teach you. We have these virtual things. We have these simulation tools that can help you. So use these things and maybe find a way that can help you to practice what you have learned virtually to the real ground. But it all can, if you want to do something, you will do it. We cannot find the solutions 100%. Even if you see that different platforms like DKIX, ISOC, AFRINIC, and millions of them, they are trying, but there will never be something complete. They are trying to give you like, this is what we can do for you, but 100% will never achieve if you don't want to do it, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's my solution, honestly. Thank you.
Okay. So that's her solution. According to her, you can bring a donkey to the well, but you can't force it to drink. Yeah? Okay. So now I am throwing it back to the floor again. So
we still have people.
Okay. So there is someone?
Yes, there is a queue.
There's a queue.
Oh, should we let the lady first?
100.
Okay, thank you. I know. Thank you, Yolandi. It's you again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jules Majale. I am the Fellowships Advisor at Internet Society Foundation. So this question is very relevant to me and the work we are doing right now. And so something that we've definitely noticed that there is a time element to all this work. There's a time and there's an interest element. For example, we've run the Peering Fellowship in its current format since 2024. And it is this year we are starting to see a lot of growth in terms of the IXPs and the policy work that the fellows are doing. And this is thanks to some continuous engagement. Somebody's coming in, they are spending a week on 2 to 3 hours a week online working on particular topics and then working on projects that they can actively implement. So it needs to be not just something that I am seeing on the screen, it needs to be something I'm engaging with already in my day-to-day life. And that is where we see most of our impact numbers coming up in following years. So all to say is that, yes, there is an interest element, there's a time element, and there has to be some engagement with what you're currently doing. If your interest does not lie in what the content you're learning is doing, if you're not getting an opportunity to practice it, no go zone. But yes, also this is also a chance for me to plug the fellowships. Please engage with our website to see some new and some wonderful information coming up for our fellowships opening late this year and next year. Karibuni.
Wow. Murakoze. Okay. Cedric?
Thank you. Finally. I think that's a very interesting question because the point was raised. You know, before it was so simple because we were traveling with the gears. Yes, it was expensive because you have to mule all the gears and people were able to touch it. So it was easy to call them because whenever somebody will come to the room, they will see the gears and they are more than interested to join. But now we have a challenge that we have is there is a generational gap that has been created. Before we had people that were very passionate, but unfortunately now either they've moved up or they've moved out. We have one example here, Michuki. You know, it used to be in all training sessions, so you cannot see a training session happening without Michuki in it. Now, it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but it's very difficult to catch. So sometimes when he passes, you have to grab him and to have a conversation with him because there is a lot of things to do and few people available to do it. He's passionate about what he's doing, he's communicating that passion to all the people that interacted with. But now the issue is that we have youngsters that are here, very few of them are coming. A question is how can we get them? How can we communicate that passion to them? Unfortunately today, you know, before for us, we were more passionate. I mean, what was driving us was passion. Passion about IT, passion about our industry. But then they are driven by AI and money. So it's very difficult to get them. Now taking my Internet Society chapter leader hat, one thing that we are doing with the chapter that I'm leading, which is, I'm part of the leaders in Senegal, is to create clubs at university level and also city. So we have clubs that are there and we are engaging with them, engaging with students to try to bring them. I emphasize on trying because the clubs are there. We are trying as much as possible to communicate the passion, but getting students to come is another challenge. But at least it's working. I will say that right now it's school holiday for those clubs because university is closed. But I can see that they're organizing like webinars once a month or sometimes twice a month. So meaning that we are getting somewhere. But this is not clubs that have been created this year. Those are clubs that have been created maybe 2 or 3 years back. So one solution is to maybe go lower and go and fetch them directly at the university to let them know that what you're learning, yes, it's good, it's the base, but when you go in the real world, you have sharks there, so you need to be prepared. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Please pass on the mic to the gentleman behind you.
All right. So my name is Nicolas Tanye. I work at the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies in Ghana. I'm the head of software and systems. And basically, for our university, I want to give you what we are doing to really connect the university work with industry. For us, as part of the university activity, as a student, it's mandatory to do internships for 3 years. It's mandatory. So for your first year, when you come, we have what we call the Field Practical Training Program, where we would send you out of campus. You go into the community, identify problems, find solutions to those problems, and then we send out what we call supervisors onto the field, and then who would go into the community, ask the community, how are the students within the community solving your problems? How are they engaging with you, After the program, the students are expected to do a demonstration, of whatever solutions they found out in the society and to do a presentation, and then we'll score you based on that. Now, the other thing is that in your third year, we actually send you into industry, this time around, not the communities, but rather into the industry, where they are to work with some of the ISPs and, you know, various organizations within the cities, the towns, wherever, you know, but it's a must that you have to go into the industry. Now, out of that, over there we have two kinds of supervision, you know, supervisors from within the industry and then supervisors from the university. Now, the supervisors within the industry must tell us what are, you know, the issues they are facing within their organization and what they expect our students to actually do within the field. And then every day, we've actually developed a system where every day they must tell us what, the students will actually tell us what they do within the field, the skill they have learned every single day, and then the supervisor will approve whether truly you did what you claim you did as a student. You know, and after 2 months, we have a supervisor from also the university who gets into the field, and then the student does a report which will be approved by the industry supervisor, and then we go through it, and then you give us analysis, and we actually score you. So it is a part of your training program, such a way that by the end of your 4th year, you actually have the skill that industry recommends, you know. And if your field practical training program is actually a 6 credit hour, the usual courses are 3 credit hours. But the field practical training program and also your internship within your 3rd year, they are 6 credit hour. And when you don't do well, it affects you so much at school. So literally, we are trying to bridge the industry work and courses that we do at the university through the internship program. And also, as part of the courses that we do within the university, we have what we call the digital skills training program, where I actually lead it at the university as part of a grant from UNCDF. You know, it's a must. We add the continuous assessment as part of maybe probably programming. Then we have what we call hackathons, where your continuous assessment is taken from the hackathons as to you have built something for us to see and whether it can be commercialized. So those are ways that we are trying to, you know, bridge industry work and make sure that once you are out of the university, you have a whole lot of certification and you can actually prove that you have the capability to implement these skills, you know. So we are not just training you courses and, you know, going through the usual thing at our university, but we are trying to really make sure that once you get into the industry, you are really, really trained for that. So we'll be looking up to some of the providers here, sending our students out to you, and then you tell us what you expect our students to really train. We are open up to, you know, foreign countries, anywhere our students can go and train and come back to continue their usual courses at the university. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was about to interrupt you. All right, so I can see our time is up, but please allow me to give it to the last man standing in the queue. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Kiboi, a seasoned network consultant and certified microtik trainer. I would like to give my opinion on to the training. We need to change the training to interest-based and skill-based. One, if somebody is not interested in anything that you're teaching them, then they have nothing to do that. They might just show up for you to see them and maybe just to fulfill their physical attendance. Two, in terms of skill-wise, our colleague here said about hiring out of 65 candidates, he only got 2. When I'm doing microtik trainings, I do physical trainings, okay? With their actual gears, we do labs. Where a student gets stuck, I move in or we collaborate and fix that. So if my colleague comes and picks up my students and does the interviews, then my student will be able to connect the console cable. So these virtual element and the practical element. We've been having sessions or kind of sessions in Kenya that they do training for the BGP, but we have like virtual machines. You do not see the virtual machine. So the relation between what you're doing versus what needs to be done is a bit off. So I would really advocate for physical trainings with physical hardware and so on. That's all. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the close of our panel session this afternoon. But maybe before we close and move off the stage, allow me to give just one person, anyone who is being pushed by the Holy Spirit to give us just their key takeaways from this session. Yeah, key takeaway points, just one person. Any brave human being here? Just one person. What have you gotten from everything that has been shared this afternoon? What have you gotten? What are your key takeaway points? What have you learned? What have you gained? Just one person. A lady.
The best lady. I think the key takeaway for me is we need more people doing this work. Someone said they've seen the same faces doing the trainings. We want more of you to come and engage. You don't have to have all the answers. There's a lot of material available, so it's easy to get started. So we want more people engaging, trying to work and solve this problem. As we distribute the work, it will get easier, and we'll figure out, can we do more physical trainings if we are more of us? If it's me every day, I might not be available. But if more of us are doing it, we split the work, we can do more.
Sure. Let's give her a round of applause. Now I will yield back to Cedric.
Okay, thank you very much, Charity, Yolandi, Michuki, Ntokozo. Thank you so much. So please, a round of applause for them. We have some gift for you. And for those who are wondering, they are not siblings. They are my favorite couple. And for me, it was weird to see her call him Mr. Ntokozo. So thank you so much. Yeah. Picture? Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel and all those insightful thoughts, and also for the positive energy. Did you feel it? Did you feel it? Did you feel it? So thank you. So I think that at least I can now retire. There is somebody else to take over. Now it's time for us to go for the peering personals. Last round of peering personals.
Yeah, we have only one more organization to come up. Leila from NIDC, please, Karibu.
Slides? Yes, there was one.
No, we have two. Which one is it?
It's that one.
Okay.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My good names are Leila Masanga. I'm the commercial manager for the Tanzania National Internet Data Center. And I'm here today to show that we have recently established a new internet exchange within the NIDC. And it's a newly established one, as I had said. It's hosted in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, within the National Internet Data Center. And this is the current, our current peering ecosystem. And we are looking forward to grow it more through this engagement and the partners that we have engaged with them in this conference. Our SA number is there, and our peering policy is an open policy. We peer with everyone. Our contact information are right there, and we highly welcome you all in Tanzania to peer with the DARICs. Welcome all, and thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm Hamilton from Cabo Verde. I'm with Cabo Verde Telecom. And look at this map. Cabo Verde sits where the Atlantic splits. We connect Africa, Europe, and Americas on 5 different cables: Link, WOX, Share, SAX, and Monet. We are able to provide services from layer 1 to layer 3, to and from all of these different locations. We have POPs in Europe, mainly Lisbon, London, Frankfurt. We're in West Africa, in Lagos. We're in Brazil, Fortaleza, São Paulo, and New York. We are AS 37517, open peering policy, and heavy growing inbound traffic, from which your CDN would mainly benefit from serving locally in Cape Verde. Okay, please scan the QR and find us on PeeringDB. Okay, let's set up a session, and also there's our contact, peering@cvt.cv. Come talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. I thought that when he came on stage and said Cape Verde, everybody will clap, because those are our stars from World Cup. Please clap for Cape Verde. Thank you. And for the Messi lover, I'm sorry. So, thank you for these peering personals. I think that will be the last session for the peering personals. It's now my favorite time of the day, lunch. So this is lunchtime. We will go and have lunch. So same arrangement for those with premium ticket. Can get your ticket from the registration desk. Yolandi?
I just want to add, as a reminder, to please go and rate the sessions on the Brela app. We appreciate your feedback regarding the presentations that we saw today, and hear from you. Are these the type of topics you would like to see in future? And if there's anything else you would like to see on stage for the next edition.
Okay. Thank you, Yolandi, and bon appetit, and back at 2 for the last session and the closing ceremony. Thank you.
AfPIF, just to highlight the importance of DNS and to remind all of us that while we are fighting for getting the content and trying to peer as much as possible so that we get to the content with the least latency possible, the DNS could actually also affect if we forget or we don't actually look at what is happening at that level. So yes, peering brought the content closer, definitely, but we need to keep in mind that the DNS actually matters because everything we are doing on the internet actually starts with the DNS. Right. So definitely peering solves half of the problem, if maybe not more than that. So with peering and all those interconnection and the IXPs, etc., we think about the positive impact that all of this have on the internet. So we talk about lower latency, lower transit costs. We have been having a lot of presentation around that. Peering definitely optimizes how the data travels throughout the different network, but it doesn't really optimize how names get resolved because on the DNS, it has its own way of operating. So everything we do, again, starts with the DNS, and you go through, you think about the DNS, you have the recursive resolvers, maybe you have some forwarders, then you have the authoritative name servers where the records are actually sitting. And if you don't factor all of this, you might have your data, or your services localized near you, but the DNS will still be traveling elsewhere. So, unfortunately, I'm not getting the, oh, sorry about that. I think it's a typo on the slides, but basically what I tried to measure here was case study from Benin, where I come from. So the government's, domain name and some of those very well-known domains are actually sitting out of the country. So whenever, someone is trying to reach any resource within those domain names, the queries actually needs to go outside, especially with very short TTLs that they have put. In this particular case, if I well recall, the TTLs were just for 5 minutes, which means that if we are lucky enough, the resolver, if the ISP resolvers is in the country, because, and we see that in the next couple of slides, some ISPs are actually using recursive resolvers that are also, localized outside. So all this put together can actually impact the delay, or can delay the time for, accessing the resources. So the data could be locally served, but if the DNS is resolved, outside, it's actually impacting what you are trying to reach. And as a reminder, the pillars for, the DNS resilience, we usually talk about the resilience of the DNS, but what does it really mean? There are several, factors to actually consider here. We talk about the authoritative name servers diversity. So if you are a CCTLD or you are a domain name registrant, you need to think about, where you are placing your different authoritative name servers. You could think about, having any cast, for instance, so that the zone file could be actually, served at different places. You need to also think about the security. Now security matters a lot. And so far, the only, mechanism to ensure the integrity and the authenticity of the DNS data you are getting is by deploying DNSSEC. DNSSEC, of course, has two legs. One is the signing, but the other one is the validation on the resolver side. And then you also need to think about, how you localize, again, where you place the different DNS servers, whether I'm talking about the resolvers, but also the authoritative name servers, or the forwarders if you are using any. And also the TTL, as I pointed it out before. So when we talk about local, it actually means a lot of things. So for the DNS, for instance, again, we talk about the recursive resolver, we talk about the authoritative name servers. In between, you might have some forwarders, and then you have the content. For the previous days, we have been talking about the content, right? But we need, again, to remember the DNS. So think about the recursive resolver localization, think about the authoritative name servers localization also. And all of these are actually part of the resiliency that we all would like to achieve. Then, of course, ISPs are the one who usually decide on which resolver they use. There are different methods or different approaches there. Some ISPs or network operators prefer to set up their own resolvers within their own infrastructures. Others prefer to rely on, public recursive resolvers. Sometimes you can have a mix of all of this. Well, there is no standard approach, no one size fits all. Again, it depends on the different, scenarios, and you need to also think about the pros and cons that each approach actually brings in. The resolver, getting closer to the user is good, but the performance also matters absolutely. So measurement is key to ensure that whichever resolver you are using, it's actually, it is performing well. So I spent, let's say, 2 or 3 days running some measurements. And again, this was in the context of West Africa Peering Forum. That was in June. So I actually used the 35 RIPE Atlas probes that were present in West Africa. Of course, some countries didn't have any probe, and I know there are a lot of people here who are doing a lot of work to actually increase the presence of the probes in the region, and thanks to our good friends from RIPE teams who are in the room. So overall, with those measurements, of course, it was so obvious. Having your resolver within your network provides the lowest latency. But we also noticed that without any comment, Quad 9 infrastructure was, I would say the best one, because it was showing the lowest latency as part of the public recursive resolvers. But then there are some operators, for instance, who send some part of the traffic to level 3, but there are no level 3 instance in the region. The closest one is in London. So of course you will obviously notice that the response time for such a kind of resolver is somewhere, as you can see, around 115 milliseconds. And then there are Google, of course, quite a number of ISPs are sending the traffic to Google, but then Google has another story. I won't get into the details, but this is what the measurements actually have shown. When it comes to the resolver's distribution or the resolver's usage, again, specifically to the case of West Africa, we can see that there are a lot of different scenarios, as I was saying before. If you consider Nigeria, Ghana, and Ivory Coast, for instance, you can see that more than 80% of the global, DNS resolution traffic are being resolved internally. So it means that the resolvers are within the country directly. But in other countries, they are really distributing. And you can actually go further and look at the different ASNs within each country and see what different network operators are actually doing. Again, there is no standard approach, but what matters the most is really if you understand what you are doing. And if what you are doing is or is not impacting, you know, the user experience. And of course, I'm around, we can discuss that if you want to learn more about this. If we consider each region, here as well, there are some similarities and there are some differences. And I will be happy if anyone is interested, we can dig into their respective regions or even their respective countries. And if there is any sort of advice or suggestion, I will be happy to make them. One other thing which is quite important is about, you know, what we call the duplicates, the retransmissions, and the zombies. So those are kind of queries that repeat or that get repeated in the network. Some of my colleagues have been recently doing the research around that. And if you are interested in getting the profile for your network operator, you can approach me. I will be also happy to engage with you on that. But overall, this kind of zombies or retransmissions can actually have a negative impact on the user performance. So in terms of a call for action, of course, there are several levels we can actually take actions on for ISPs or for IXPs, for instance. It is about, localizing the different resources that contribute to the internet experience for the user. And then for the regulators, policymakers, governments, it's all about, putting the right policies that could drive the ecosystem towards the best practices. My last slide is a call for action for the operators. So on the 11th of October this year, there will be, I will say, a critical activity for the internet. We call it the root zone KSK rollover. So very simply, it is a change that is going to happen at the root zone on the security key that helps to provide the DNSSEC, the integrity and the authenticity of the DNS data that we receive. So if you are an ISP and you have activated DNSSEC validation in your network, or if you are any sort of service provider who relies on the root zone trust anchor, it is quite important for you to ensure that your system already picked the latest key, which has already been published since 2024 as part of the process, but it is important to ensure that your system is aware of that key. Otherwise, what will happen is that after the rollover on 11th of October, unfortunately, you might get isolated from the internet simply because your resolver or your system won't be able to actually validate the data because the key that it has is different from the key that is currently being used. We had that in the past. So in 2017, the first time this activity actually was scheduled for, we had to pause for 1 year for more resolvers to actually be aware of that key. And as far as Africa is concerned, we can see that the good news, of course, is that the validation has increased over the years. So Africa is currently around 55% of DNSSEC validation, which is quite good compared to the rest of the world, but it also put a sort of pressure on our foot to ensure that our systems are really ready before the 11th of October. And if you are interested in understanding how to check your systems or your resolvers, feel free to approach me, and I will help you on that. That's all from my side. Thank you, everyone. And if there is any question, I'm happy to take it. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No. Good. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Yazid. So up next, we have Gila with his talk, whose title I'm looking for. You get to introduce it. Make it special.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Gilan Hiramugawa, and I'm from the Internet Society. And I will be presenting about the peering disconnect. It was previously presented at the AFIX meeting that happened on Monday. And I'm happy also to share with the plenary so that we can also get some feedback. So this is a summary of two papers that we published recently. And we wanted also to get some feedback from the audience if there are things that we should pay attention to in terms of the peering disconnect that I'm about to present. So what are the key issues that we want to talk about? So the peering disconnect, what is it all about? We see a peering disconnect when a large content service provider or a major ISP bypass neutral and local IXP in favor of private, tiered peering or virtual remote peering. Another aspect to this issue is virtual peering, providing the mirage of locality when, while relying on international transit connection. So this is the issue that we have identified as the Internet Society, and really the main goal of this talk is not to, it's not a fight about, transit is better than peering. No, it's more about this is what we are seeing from an agnostic perspective, and also to get some feedback from the audience on how we can improve this. So as I said, there are two published articles. The first one was published around May. It's on our website. It's the Peering Disconnect. Feel free to scan the QR code and go and read about the main topic there. The second one that was published the following month was a different flavor of the same, which is the shift in peering threatening the Internet Foundation. Again, as Internet Society, we are driven by the willingness to make sure that the internet remains solid, resilient, and open. Yeah, feel free also to scan the QR code to get to that article directly. But you will find them on our recently published articles. This is an underlying statement that I wanted really to put forward, because as we are talking about peering transit and peering disconnect, latency is really the key thing. Latency is why are we promoting exchange point? It is because we want really to make sure that we have the lowest latency between whoever is requesting data to the one that is providing the data. And it is also the foundation of establishing a digital economy. So latency, locality is very key to make sure that we develop our digital economies. A caveat to that is that we are in changing era, I would say, where we have requests or new trends happening around AI, quantum computing, local content, e-services, and so on and so forth. So that's the reason why latency is very, very key. So the internet as we know it, it's around 79,000 ASNs for the time being, and around 1,000 plus 79 exchange points. And the source is our Pulse platform. Largely distributed, no central place or centralized infrastructure, resilient in the way it is designed so that it's completely distributed. But we have new trends that are happening. And the first one I want to identify is remote peering and virtual peering. It's not that they are bad things, but we need to think of what are the implications in terms of building a more resilient internet. So when we talk about remote peering, it's simply connecting from a distance. You are connecting from a distance. The distance means latency increasing and then bad user experience. And what you are looking forward to is to establish an exchange point. So you have a market where you don't have an exchange point. You have a market that has an exchange point. It will pull the traffic where the exchange is. So in this case, stretching your layer 2 infrastructure does not really help. It can help as a starting point, but moving forward, what you need to have is an exchange point in any place, any market that we have. Virtual peering is where you have the layer 2 stretched, but through an exchange point. So you are connecting to a local exchange point, but in reality, you are connecting to a distant, I would say, source of information or a distant CDN or a distant content that you're looking forward to. In those two cases, chances are that disconnection from the transit links will affect the service. So here, being the remote peering, being the virtual peering setup, any transit disruption cut will affect the service. So what are we looking forward to? What we're looking forward to is to have both economies having exchange point, but seeding or encouraging or creating an enabling environment whereby all CDNs or foreign or neighboring network being able to connect to your exchange point. In this case, a CDN that was in the green market has decided to set up in the lower market and then constantly closing the gap and the distance between the content and the end user. This is a more resilient setup. In this case, if the closed CDN goes down, then the CDN in the upper market will be able to serve still. So we are building more resilient infrastructure, and it is the foundation for a digital economy. The transit trap and centralization breeds fragility. I mentioned this. It's very important. We are seeing a trend whereby some service providers or some content service providers have adopted a change of policy, and now they are building or they're extending their service not through open exchange points, but through authorized or verified peering partners. We are seeing this as a trend, and from an agnostic perspective, it's really bringing some fragility in the market, in the sense that in an economy where you have distributed CDNs presence, what we have on your left, is more becoming to what you are seeing on your right, whereby the authorized or verified peering partner is becoming the one aggregating all the small ISP, all the small networks, and then serving from them. Here, it's a point of failure. It's a single point of failure. If that authorized or verified peering partner, or partner, goes off, then the whole, a substantive amount of traffic goes offline, and it affects the whole internet. So this is the explanation. I will go directly to another issue that we are seeing. So the previous situation has put some exchange points to move from neutrality, just giving layer 2 services plus additional services into what we call an IXP crisis, whereby they are becoming also authorized or verified peering partners. So today, the issue is that exchange points are now offering layer 2 plus layer 3 services, and this is also very borderline because it is affecting their neutrality. They are putting them at the risk of losing their neutrality. So in summary, what we are looking forward, so there is a situation how it should work. We know having exchange point across, we are in Africa, is if possible across all the cities in Africa or secondary cities, having CDNs connecting to the exchange, and then you have ISPs connecting to a local and central IXP. But instead of that, the trend is moving toward private tiered peering or virtual remote peering. And this is also putting some resiliency risks on the global internet, especially for the small markets. On the other side, I mentioned about the virtual peering. It gives the mirage that you are locally connected, but instead you are remotely connected, and it can really affect the user experience, especially in this AI era in which we are going into. So the call for action that we want really to put forward as Internet Society is really to continue encourage physical locality, being a main city in Africa, a secondary city, encourage all the communities really to establish local physical presence, local exchange. Secondly, lower local peering barriers, anything that is preventing, let's say in Africa specifically, because we are in Africa, specifically in Africa, one of the key issues that we have is cross-border infrastructure. From one country to another country, you can have a very nice data center across the border, but just crossing that border becomes a very difficult challenge. And we see the benefit that Europe has gained. It's easy to have infrastructure across many countries. Lowering the PNI barrier and prefer peering at the local exchange. Again, continue to encourage peering at the local exchange. Yes, you may argue it is 10 megabits, it is less than 100 megabits. Yes, it is worth connecting to the local exchange. So prefer local peering and encourage local content to be housed within the country. Last but not least, continue to defend the IXP neutrality. It's really what we are putting forward. I mentioned about the IXP identity crisis. Really, we encourage IXP to maintain a neutral positioning, and that will make them to go forward and thrive. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take any question at the booth outside, if you have any. Okay. Because it's a lightning talk, I was not expecting questions. Anyway.
Maybe go to your slide 19.
Enoch? Can we go to slide, 19?
19, 19.
This one?
I think before the slide before this, it was in regard to the question about CDNs requiring. Yes, there is. I think it must have been around here. It was regarding where now CDNs getting out of IXP and demanding to provide a layer 3, like have an ASN before the. I think we know one of the CDN that done that, where if you want to, they don't give bilateral peers through the IXP, but they're demanding if you want to do that, you can have to have an AS between them, right? And then I note at the same time you are suggesting that on slide number 22 that there's encouragement that they lower the barrier for they do have the barrier for the number 3, the barrier for in terms of the traffic requirement for the PNIs. I'm just trying to think: if we lower the barrier for the PNI requirement in terms of the traffic, are you not encouraging exit from the IXP for the ISPs, and at the same time justifying the reason why the CDNs would demand to have an AS number before that? I'm just thinking the point number 3 should be to encourage encourage more bilateral peers across the IXP, because at that time you basically enrich the IXP ecosystem and entrench it as a key player in terms of the peering barrier. So that's my thinking. Number 3 should be maybe that barrier of the traffic should remain, but then encourage the CDNs to continue providing bilateral peers across the internet exchange. That's my thinking. Thank you.
Gila, just a small response to him regarding lowering the PNI barriers. So some of us, we do both. We do PNIs and also PL over IXs as well. But it's sometimes based on the amount of traffic a network might have, we can't really rely on only the IXPs. So that's when we try to consider PNIs as well. So we're not running away from the IXPs, but based on traffic, the PNIs make more sense to some of us, that is. I don't know about Michelle and the other networks here, but based on traffic, we'll choose a PNI over an IX. But we do not run away from you. However, there are some networks that will not, as part of their peering policy, they do not do PNIs. They will only peer over IXs, and it doesn't matter how much traffic you have. And then there are others who have strange, for example, MTN is here. For example, MTN Nigeria, they are the hardest to establish PNIs with. So it's a chicken mouse thing. I don't know if you also want to respond. Then I have a question from the guys that are attending remotely.
Okay, maybe let's try to address this first, the PNI and the bilateral. I think from a best practice positioning, the IX will avail the infrastructure, and it will also avail the route server for multilateral peering for whoever needs that. But it will never, or it should never enforce mandatory multilateral through the route server. So you need to connect to the route server. It's there for whoever needs it. So some will go and do bilateral and say, we can have one leg in the route server, it's fine, but we will establish a bilateral with you. And some will refuse completely to do through the exchange when they reach a certain threshold, and then they will say, I will remain here on the exchange for traffic A, B, C, D, but C, because C has reached a certain level, I want to do a PNI with you. So again, it remains in the control of the network. So all the control should remain in the network, and then not on the IX detecting anything, as Isabel was mentioning. So that's something I wanted to mention. I don't know if you want to ask another question or
Yeah, there's a question from guys attending remotely, specifically from Matthew Chikwende.
Yes.
He says, is there any real case for remote peering? Is it any cheaper than just purchasing transit? Is it not just providing suboptimal routing? Should I repeat the question?
No. I think I've got that. The practical reason why we have remote peering, so in my understanding of the ecosystem is you are in country A and there is a content that is not available. So let's take an hypothetical, I am in Cote d'Ivoire and there is something I need in South Africa, or I cannot, okay, this is not a good example because Lagos is there. But if I'm in Cote d'Ivoire and there is a content that I need in Lagos, so I can establish a remote peering and get that content in Lagos at layer 2 and get access to that. The problem is that it has been stretched, in my humble opinion, is that distance has been stretched too much. There are networks that are accessing really remote content, as in from Africa to Europe. It's layer 2, but it is using very long distance. So is there any good reason for that? No. I would say that ecosystem, that market, should encourage those networks really to come closer to them and then do proper peering rather than doing remote peering over a layer 2, a stretched infrastructure.
Okay. And one last question from, I hope Matt is listening and I hope he's been answered. One last question from Desmond Gumo. Can the big see their latest policies where they are all moving back to the CLSs near the subsea cables and requiring service providers to go to them? Isn't that regressive?
So I will not speak on their behalf. We've been having some conversation to understand the motivation behind the decisions. Some may be rational, but again, you need to you have to put both aspects in a balance. So for some of them, it's operational efficiency as of to what I've heard, or budgetary requirements. But on the other side, you are sacrificing resiliency, because if you are channeling everything through one or two exit routes, these one or two players, if they go down, then a bunch of the whole internet can go down. On the other side, the reasons are budgetary. Is this a reasonable decision from a business perspective? I would say yes and no, but again, remember, we are talking about AI and all that. So how are we going to harness AI benefits over a crippled infrastructure where resiliency is an issue? So that's the problem. Yes, we may channel everything in one or two VPPs. It's efficient. You are dealing with one or two contacts, behind which you have thousands. But again, if they go down, thousands of end users will experience a very bad internet usage. So on both sides, that's how I see it. But for me, I will promote resiliency rather than probably, over what we call the operational and performance, network performance. But again, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I'm looking at it from a resiliency perspective. From a resiliency perspective, if we have one or two VPPs in Africa, then if those two are going down, then we have an issue in Africa. All right, thank you. I see Michelle standing, so I need to go. Okay.
Thank you very much, Gila, for that insightful talk. Up next, we have Obina and Cedric. They'll be giving us some updates on other regional peering forums that happen. AfPIF is a big one, but every region creates their own forum. So we're looking forward to hearing what's happening across Africa.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
We need your support because, as well as Obina said, that in West Africa every year we've been hosting, or opening or even launching a new exchange point. In Central Africa, we still have major challenges to kickstart with exchange points. Chadic's team was there, and they show you that they are over there, but the exchange point is not active. So that's why we need your support. We need the community to show that Central Africa is also capable. And indeed, we have a lot of challenges, but we can make it. Now, let me switch to English now.
Let me switch back to English now. We just want to make a special thanks to one of our sponsors. Merci, thank you, gracias, obrigado. Thank you.
Cedric, no questions? Oh, yeah. Any questions? Okay. Okay, one question.
Obina, come back. Come. Why are you hiding? They want to see our... No, they want to see our shiny heads. You want to know the secret? Coconut oil.
So I will add that as well. Out of curiosity, why FPAC and not ACPF? Africa.
Oh, okay. Very simple. There is already a CAPF that exists, so it's to avoid the confusion. I think it's Central Asia.
Okay.
So peering from. So to avoid the confusion.
This is not under .Africa, right?
Yes, but if we promote the event as CAPF, it might be confused.
Okay.
So we prefer to promote it as FPAC. Okay. It's easier for us, and at least it gives us like that brand name that we can use instead of being confused. And you send invite, and people will ask you since when Cameroon is in Asia.
Okay. And
but it depends. If you provide a lot of money, I can call it whatever the heck you want.
Thank you, ICANN, for the support.
Thank you, Isaac, for the support. Okay, so I see peering forum for West Africa, Central Africa. Are there peering forums for other regions?
That one is actually, it's on the need basis. So we saw a need for peering forum in West Africa, and today you can see the last 2 or 3, let's say even this one, because the last one was in West Africa. This one, we have a lot of people from West Africa attending. Why? Because we had the West Africa Peering Forum mobilizing people from West Africa. We are still fighting for people from Central Africa to come and join. And even yesterday, when I showed the statistic for Afrinic, you can see that the numbers are small in Central Africa. Apparently, they have too much money, so they think that they don't need more. But we hope that they will understand that they can make more money and a better internet if they can. Now, for the other regions, if they are willing, and if there is a need for regional peering from in their region, we are more than happy to help and support. I'm part of AfPIF. We are part of WAPFPC.
So between AFIX, AfPIF, and the regional forums.
Okay, you take that one. It's too difficult.
Okay, I was actually going to comment on the previous question again about need. You are ICANN, you are very powerful, you can create the need, unplug them, and then we're going to fix it during the conference, and that's how it starts. But that's just a joke. In terms of the interaction, you would also notice that most of the people that work in these regional conferences from PC and all of that are also on the PC of AfPIF, right? And on those regional conferences, we also promote AfPIF because at the end of the day, it's all about Africa, right? Some of the people you see in those regional conferences are also the same people you would also see in these places. There is, and then these regional conferences are also built around the IXPs in those regions, and they are all members of African Internet Exchange Association as well. We just had a need to come together and solve our regional problem. We are not trying to water down what AFIX is doing or AfPIF is doing or trying to create all of that vision. No, so we must make sure that there is a single DNA, there is a single objective, and all of that all boils down to Africa at the end of the day. Thank you.
Mine is actually not a question, but not a thanks. What do you say? Is a
suggestion?
Not a suggestion.
Did you have lunch?
Yes, I had lunch. Okay. It's actually to say I was impressed. I attended the West African Peering Forum, and I was impressed by the creativity of the Nigeria team. They were so deliberate about going for West Africa Peering Forum that I think IXPN organized a bus to go from Lagos to Cotonou. And I'm just wondering that all these regional peering forums, can we become that creative that we don't have to rely on flights for the purpose of we know the challenges we have in Africa for flight travel, but we can use road and become creative, because I think when you start these convoys of people going for these forums, I think it also becomes part of the peering journey, and it becomes part of our identity. And I'm just hoping that progressively we can actually make it become purposeful in actually using the road to reach these locations. I can confirm here there are some Kenyans who came by road just to attend this peering forum. So I say, let's be creative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. His name is Patrick. He works with Links. And he was at West African Peering Forum, as he said. They were sponsor, right? Yeah, they were a sponsor. And again, talking about need, one of the biggest challenges we have in Africa is actually connection, travel connectivity by airlines. From Lagos to Benin, where we had the conference, Lagos has a land border between them and Benin, Cotonou. I can drive from my house to Cotonou, the venue of that conference, just for 2 hours. Now, if I fly to the same destination from Lagos, it will take me 5 hours, because I have to go from Lagos to another city somewhere in West Africa and then all the way back, and that's excluding the layovers. It does not make sense, right? And you can take the same analogy over and over and over. That problem created the need for us to come together as a community. First of all, if we hadn't had and go over there. Friends can say, you know what, I saw it this way, that place, why don't you actually take those same, what they call it now, solutions? I can also tie it back as well to what Yolandi have been talking about since the other day. Give us feedback, you know. So we need those feedbacks, we need those conversations, we need those insights so that we can all do what we do best. Thank you.
And a last comment on all this is that we really need your help. We need your help. We need your support. So, in whatever means, please support us, because we are trying to kickstart as much IXP as we can, and irrespective of where you are in the world. For instance, for the WPF and the AfPIF, we had Flex Optics sponsoring us. You will say no, it's normal. They do it for everyone, but yes, those. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, he's doing that for me. Thank you, Rene. So they are doing it around the world, but yeah, they did support those small events but as you can see by the numbers, they are growing. So please support us, sponsor us, and help us to kickstart more IXP. So now I think that both our shiny heads can go back on the seat.
Mama needs us out of the stage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Cedric and Obina, for that update. Up next, we have Patrick Okui from NSRC with a route views update.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Patrick Okwi. I'm just from next door, but I didn't use the road. Maybe I should do that next time. So we have been talking about route views at almost every AfPIF. So today I just wanted to highlight some of the things that you could use route views as a network operator for, because some of these are the conversations that I get for someone who hasn't spent a lot of time in route views. And then, of course, there are the other half of the audience who are going to fall asleep because they use, the advanced features. But, stick with me. So route views is a tool that allows these network operators and researchers to look at the BGP table from different backbones. And it's for all kinds of things. They'll do reliability checks, they'll do hijacks, they'll do mistakes in implementations and what that affects on the internet, and then you're able to go back in time and figure out what happened, where did it start. Some operators use it as one of their peering tools. So to decide who they're going to pair with, they'll look at, what routes can I get from you, and where else do you peer? In conjunction with what you can see of the locations in something like Peering DB, you might want to see, okay, what routes do these people actually offer? So we try to have collectors as close as possible to people at the different exchange points, but we also have some multi-hop collectors in the University of Oregon, where NSRC is located. And that is for the purpose of people who do not have like a collector in the exchange point near you. You can do a multi-hop session and give us a copy of your routing table. I won't go through this background. It's been running for a few years, and it's been collecting data and archiving as much data since '95. I forget when IPv6 started. It was when we started archiving IPv6 data, it was a bit much later. So as an example, if you publish ROAs for your prefixes so that people can validate your announcements and make sure that somebody doesn't spoof your announcement, you might find that you're publishing, because remember, as one of the best practices, we say that only announce what you need and don't announce everything you have inside your routing table, right? Just announce, the aggregate and maybe, small 1 or 2 engineering prefixes. But in your network, you're going to have smaller prefixes as part of your IBGP. And depending on your implementation, some routers will automatically mark these as valid, and others in other implementations, you will have to find a way of telling the router not to check for anything that you're originating, right? It's part of operations. It's a thing that you do. So the problem comes that when you decide to announce one of those smaller prefixes because you're trying to engineer your traffic towards you, when you check on your network, I also work online, so I think I can pick on myself as an example so that people don't throw things at me. So if you look at this /48 inside one of our routers, it will tell you that the state is valid, right? We won't go into how we got there, but if you check inside the any source of where you can find which ROAs are being published, you will see that we only publish, Work Online only publishes a ROA for the /32. So externally, we only announce the /32. So if for whatever reason I wanted to announce the /48 to the internet, I would get a problem because my looking glass, if I've forgotten about this, my looking glass would show it's valid. And then my transit provider would drop it as invalid. And I go to their looking glass, it won't even show. In most cases, the looking glass of your upstream only shows what they've accepted. It doesn't show what they've dropped. So when you have tools like route views that we just collect everything, and then we display the status as we think, as we see it. So in that case, you'd be able to tell some information that is not in your looking glass and not in the looking glass of your direct upstream. And some of these checks of what you're announcing, which prefixes you're announcing, if any of them have showed up as with an invalid, if someone is potentially spoofing or maybe has made a mistake, there are dedicated tools to do this, very comprehensive tools, but we also have an API whereby you can ask these kinds of questions, like, for example, what prefixes is this AS originating? And you can go pretty detailed, like which prefixes am I saying from this AS on this particular collector and that sort of thing. So if you go to the documentation website, you can see what we currently have at the API. It's still in beta stage, which means, for example, we only have 10 collectors on there. And we expect that the API might change based on the feedback that we get from you. So if you take some time and take a look and then say that, oh, I was trying to answer this specific question and your API doesn't allow me to do it easily, then we can modify the API. So one of the things is for me to request those of you who don't fear JSON to take a look at it and then let us know. So that QR code just goes to the documentation page for the API. The second detour that I'm going to mention is we are trying to get as close to the edge as possible, because when you get the routing table from a tier 1 network or at the end, by the time you see the full internet routing table from their point of view, you've gone through a series of different networks summarizing to what they think is the best path. So we notice that the closer we are to the edge, the more interesting the data, the more we're able to pick up these kinds of things like hijacks, the more we're able to pick up things like mistakes in implementations as you go closer to the edge. So it's something that we've noticed over time, and it's useful both to the operators who are debugging things as well as to the researchers who are trying to build trends and that sort of thing. So as a conclusion, route views as a tool can allow you to build views of things that are not easy to see, even if all the networks have their own looking glasses, because most networks' looking glasses are operational. They are not for research, so they are only going to show you the best path or what they've accepted, and that's fine. The view from the tier 1 providers doesn't add a lot of value because it's already been summarized many times. For example, if you come to Work Online and then you buy a link from us, but you're using it as a backup link, so you've done prepending, a lot of prepending, it will be hard for you to tell if we're announcing that prefix out. You'll see it in our looking glass, you'll not see it in our upstream's looking glass, because they'll see the prefix that's not prepended, just as a rough example. So this is why we would request those of you who are at exchange points that have route views collectors. The latest one that we installed was in Nigeria, please peer with us. If there is no looking glass, if there is no route views collector in your IXP, you can still give us a multi-hop session, and then both you and the internet as a whole can benefit from learning what we can from what we see at the edge. Thank you. Questions? I can go and sit.
So we're going to talk a bit more. We want to set you up for peering once you leave this conference. So next we're going to get a talk from Don Jolie from Work Online, Inside My Peering Toolbox.
Right, good afternoon everybody. Yeah, this seems to be a Work Online session here more than anything else. It wasn't actually by design at all. So I think Patrick has given an idea of one of the tools that you can use on a daily basis for your peering and get an idea of where your prefixes are on the internet, what the path is, and those sorts of things. I'm running out of speaking time without slides. So yeah, my name is Don Jolie. I am, yeah, I need my who am I slides because I'm quite nervous. I'm normally at the ZA-NOG events. I'm standing on the stage there. I feel like I'm amongst friends. But now that it's the third day, I actually feel like I'm amongst friends. Yeah, so on a daily basis, so I work at Work Online, need to diagnose some issues, as well as find out, you know, from our network where our traffic is going, where it's coming from, if we can reduce our transit costs in Europe to move traffic off peering, off transit onto peering. And so these are some of the tools that, did they not get my slides? To help you diagnose or get an idea of what that is. I think did they lose my slides? Not yet. Yeah, so one of my hats at Work Online, the other one is I'm a member of ZA-NOG, and ZA-NOG in South Africa actually hosts CDN caches within our AS. You know, spoke earlier about peering and caches and content providers, and they should peer with the route servers and those sorts of things. Well, interestingly enough, I'll go into it. As ZA-NOG, we do peer with the route servers, but and we accept those prefixes, but we don't actually do anything with them in our network. Only if you set up a bilateral session do you have access to those caches. And that is around control and understanding that you're getting clean prefixes from your peers. So, so it's a lightning talk. I've got 15 minutes left. It's not an in-depth explanation of each of the tools and technology, just an idea of what I use on a daily basis. I live in Durban, South Africa. I was born there. I've been building networks for 20 years. I've helped at INCS for a number of years, Work Online, and also you won't see any cat pictures here because I'm a dog person. So the questions that I need to answer on a daily basis is where is the traffic coming from my network, where's it going to, and what does the current path look like, and can I improve that path, and if I want to improve that path, who do I peer with? So what are the tools that I do use for this? For observability, those that were in the workshop yesterday, Aquarado is a flow analyzer. ASN tools are quick, well, it's not so quick, but it's a CLI-based tool. BGP.tools, Peer Finder, Peering Manager. So all of these tools, where I am from in Durban, we like things that are free. So all these tools are available at no cost, open source. And then I just threw this in. It's not Windows bitmaps. So Aquarado is a flow collector. It is open sourced, and it's pretty easy to set up. The idea here is that you can see very, very quickly on your network. This is an example from Zanog. That's our AS, who we're serving content to. So source and destination, something very quickly that you can see from a flow tool like Aquarado. What you can also see from there is this is a different example to a destination AS, what the AS path is. Is that good enough? Do I want to change it? I just threw the slide in, interestingly enough, for those people that did the workshop yesterday. You can actually use Aquarado to detect DDoS attacks. We use Slack, and you can see that's a message that came in aimed at one of the IP addresses in our customer cone. So I sit in the CLI quite often. So if I get an IP address that I want to look up, instead of going to he.net or bgp.tools, I just simply type the command ASN space and the IP address, and that will give you all the information of an IP address like the ASN. So then I want to figure out how to get to that ASN. This shows the traceroute tool of the ASN. It looks up each of the ASNs along the path. If you like pretty pictures, bgp.tools, super quick, very useful for what is my IP address. So just open up bgp.tools, you can see the IP address of the connection that you're coming from. And then it gives you an idea of the connection to the tier 1 ISPs. What's also pretty interesting about BGP tools is that it has something called a super LG, super looking glass. You put a prefix in there, you can see that it has over 1,300 sessions and 2,000 different paths that particular prefix is in. And so you can start to filter whether there's a specific AS in that AS path. And then the other nice thing is that they offer prefix monitoring. This was when Zanog created a ROA or an RR route object for a /48. It gave us an alert to say, you have created this. So Peer Finder, this is a CLI tool built in Python. Again, very quick. I've worked out this AS that I need to get to. I'm seeing it over my transit. Now I want to see that AS and which exchange points we are both at. So you just put in the two different ASs, which IXs are you at, and it actually brings up all that for you. I don't know if Yolandi's here or if she's sleeping, but this is for you. Make sure that your peering DB is up to date. All right, so once you've worked out where you want to peer, Peering Manager is another open source project. We use it for Zanog. We have just fired up a couple of devices in Johannesburg and working on becoming VPP for the smaller networks in Johannesburg. Now, for us to manage all these peering sessions manually is quite a mission. Earlier in the year, we set up a connection onto NAP Africa Cape Town and syncs for our GGC for the ISPs to use. And when we set that up, we set up over about 100 sessions in about 3 or 4 hours between us and also doing the work that we, there's 2 of us that do the peering at Zanog. We could very quickly set up those sessions and deploy it to the devices on the network. Another example, in the peering manager, you can see as long as their peering DB information is up to date, it shows the max prefixes, the AS set that it uses, and that can automatically be included in the configuration for your devices so that you can deploy that for your BGP sessions. Right. I think most people know the MTR tool. These are some fun ones that I've come across. These are looking at the path from your point to the destination in an outbound direction. This one is called Trippy, and it gives you a pretty nice look on a trace. Then there's something I came across as a Mac user called Viaduct. Their headline is that they do ECMP multipath discovery, especially if you're trying to trace through Microsoft's network, you get pretty lost there with all the multipaths that's happening. This is just a zoom in where it shows the multipath there. Now, if you are trying to do a reverse trace, it's very difficult if you do not have access to the remote server or the remote device and tracing back, because what you always want as a network engineer, you want to understand the path there and the path back to see if it's taking the same or if there's loss on the outbound path or the inbound path. So global ping.io, they have a web interface. I like GUIs every so often, so this is an idea. This gives a ping from different places in the world towards the Zanog website. But for those that like to use the CLI, there's a CLI tool, and there you can trace inbound towards a particular IP address. While I was doing learning about NetFlow and Ocvarado and other tools, I came across the BGP monitoring protocol, BMP. So what it is it's just an observation network protocol, and it exports live BMP data, so all the BGP data, all the updates that come from a device. And what's really interesting about it is that it sends, depending on the configuration on the device, it sends both pre and post policy BGP information. So typically with a BGP view, as Patrick was saying, is that it gives you a very one dimension when you on the best path. Whereas something like this, you can use it in your network to see what prefixes are being sent to you, but are you accepting them or not? I created I'm not a huge fan of Grafana, but it was kind of the easiest way to do it. On the Zanog network, I set up something called Raven and BGP Go as BMP collectors. And from there, Raven is an open source tool that Nokia has created to monitor origin invalids and ASPR as well. Here you can see the number of invalid prefixes that we're receiving as Zanog. So these are from the ZNOG routers. And yeah, you can see by peer ASN, so those are the ASNs, just the peering, not the actual origins of them, but the peers that are sending us those invalid prefixes. Now, the interesting thing about BMP is that you can keep, you can look at a prefix and see how often it is being sent and received and by which device in your network. So this is an example of a /24 that gets sent and withdrawn every few minutes. And so over a period of an hour, there's this huge churn, very, very noisy. But yeah, so that's just an example of how you can use BMP. I came across these guys. They show some interesting BGP data. You can also set up BMP sessions with them because it gives them a holistic picture. They're also a research outfit. And I know everybody wants to get out of here and have drinks, so those are my tools, some of the tools that I use. The other one that I'm learning about this conference, we're going to have a presentation about it. So you start adding more and more tools to your tool belt so that you can carry out your job function more quickly and accurately. And visibility matters, so monitoring things using something like NetFlow on your network so that you can see what's actually going on, and automate because I'm lazy, so I like to make sure that we can do as little configuration as possible, rather let the tools do them. So if you have any questions, I'm allowed 4 minutes. Thank you.
Any questions?
Good, thank you.
All right, thanks, Donald. Up next, we've learned how to peer. Now we want to measure whether what we're doing is good or not. So we'll have Stefan from RIPE NCC. He'll give us a talk about the role of IXP in internet measurements with RIPE Atlas. Welcome. No? Okay, cool. You'll fix. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. My talk is actually on a RIPE Atlas tool called Region Meshes. Leah was originally going to give the talk, and then she was giving another talk, so I said I would step up and talk about this tool. So I'm Stefan. I'm from the RIPE NCC. In particular, I'm the UX UI front-end guy responsible for the RIPE Atlas UI. So everything you see on the website, visualizations, the UX, you have me to thank or to blame, depending on how you feel about them. Today I want to talk about a tool that we built to answer a question that the community really cares about. Where does traffic between networks in a region actually flow, and does it cross an IXP? So, does traffic in a region stay in that region? A packet between two African networks should not need a layover in Europe. This kind of suboptimal routing costs latency and money, and it is exactly what AfPIF exists to fix. But of course, you can only fix what you can see, and Region Meshes tries to make that visible. So this exact pair, by the way, Cameroon and Kenya, show up in the real July 2026 Africa Mesh data, which we'll see in a few slides. Region Meshes runs monthly traceroute meshes between RIPE Atlas probes inside a country or a region, and turns them into an interactive diagram, or diagrams, really. It's the modern successor to IXP Country Jedi, if any of you were familiar with that project. And every country with multiple probes is covered, plus multi-country regions, so Africa being one example, in IPv4, IPv6, with one snapshot per month, and we have snapshots starting in February of this year, and we do it every single month. So each month, we pick the 50 most diverse probes in a region, and we run a full traceroute mesh between them in v4 and v6. Every hop gets annotated with ASN, reverse DNS, IXP presence, and geolocation if it's available. Each path is then classified by whether it crossed an IXP inside the region, crossed one outside, or saw no IXP crossed at all. For the Africa numbers on the screen here from July of 2026, 2,211 paths were measured. 641, or 29% of those, were via an in-region IXP. 212, or 10% of them, were via an out-of-region IXP, and 1,358, or 61% of them, had no IXP seen. So fewer than a third of the measured intra-Africa paths actually crossed an African IXP. So this is the map view of the visualization. Each arc is a real trace route between two probes, and IXP hops are drawn on the path. And the color is the classification. So blue for suboptimal arcs leaving the region, green for in-region IXP cross paths, and beige for no IXP. This is the example from the earlier slide, Kenya to Cameroon routed via France. So in the pop-up trace route, the RTT jumps from 11 milliseconds in-country to 130 milliseconds at the France hop and 260 milliseconds at the destination. What does that tell you? Couldn't this route be a bit more efficient than it is? There's also an IXP data only toggle on the top right of every view. It's on by default because we only place hops that we can locate with high confidence, and those are the IXPs. If you toggle it off, we use IPMap geolocation. It's our infrastructure location service. It kicks in and we try to, it kicks in and many more hops get positions. The trade-off is certainty. IP geolocation is imperfect, which is why the full path mode is currently only opt-in. However, we'll be investing a lot of effort in IPMap and improving it in the coming months, and confidence in these locations should improve quite a bit. Here we have the grid view. It's the same data as before, but source to destination ASN matrix. You click any cell and you can get the complete trace route, per hop RTTs, the IXP tagged on the path, and direct links to the measurement detail in other parts of RIPE Atlas on the RIPE Atlas measurement detail pages. On the screen you see South Africa to Kenya via an IXP in London, 5 milliseconds domestic, 155 milliseconds at the London hop, 300 plus milliseconds by the destination. Again, is this really the best that we can do? For good measure, we also have the flow view, which is a kind of Sankey diagram. Source ASNs are on the left, destination ASNs are on the right, and in the middle, the path categories. So the block height represents the path counts, so the category split for the whole region is visible at a glance. As mentioned earlier, green are in-region IXP, blue are out-of-region via IXP, and beige, no IXP. So for operators, you could filter the mesh by your ASN and check whether your paths to neighbors stay regional. For IXPs, you could measure how much of the mesh crosses your exchange month over month. It's great for before and after evidence when new peering lands. And for community and policy, keeping the traffic local progress backed by open, reproducible measurements instead of just anecdotes or feeling. So please try it out. Everything lives at atlas.ripe.net under the use cases menu. Month, region, address family, the filters that you have configured, whatever they are, all of these are encoded in the URL, so it's easy to share that view with a colleague and they'll see exactly what you're looking at. Here are some links to some examples, also to the sort of technical docs, and also the RIPE Labs article that actually introduced this use case a few months ago. One important thing that I want to add here, really important, is the mesh is only as sharp as its vantage points. So if your network or your members' networks host a RIPE Atlas probe or an anchor, your corner of the internet becomes visible and shows up in next month's mesh. This helps you have better visibility into your region and helps the entire internet community. So please apply to host an anchor if you can. Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope, great. Oh, there is a question. It's Yazid.
Thank you, Stephen. I know you know how I love RIPE Atlas, right? And we have been discussing about this for the last few days.
Yeah.
But is there a way that from the system you generate such kind of reports, but focusing on like country reports by default. Is that something possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
And talking about beyond IPNCC region.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had this question a couple times this week, actually, while we've been at the conference, and it's definitely something that we're looking into, because currently those country reports, which maybe some of you have seen for various countries, they're very much sort of hand curated and hand put together, and we've been looking into ways to actually because all of the data is there within Atlas, so we've been looking for ways to automatically pull that data and then make it automatically available via email or on your dashboard or within the views in Atlas. So yeah, that's definitely something that we're looking into and hope to have available in the next year, I'd say, or so, maybe sooner.
Okay. And what about the physical versus the software probes? After a couple of years of promoting the software probes, is there a takeaway or a personal opinion on these two?
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions about them. Part of the reason that we've moved to software probes is that oftentimes with the hardware, not only is the hardware quite a bit more expensive to manage, but it's also harder to control when the when the hardware probes are out there and they're beyond their useful life. Some of them are very difficult to update, and some of them just get lost, get unplugged, someone moves, and then that hardware probe is lost forever. With the software probes, it's very easy. It's open source. You can look at the source of them. It's very easy to install them on a device of your own. That could be a Docker container, or that could be a reference hardware that we have, Debian or something that you could install in. We're trying to actually make the process of installing a software probe easier. We've recently put in place a page /install/SW probe on the Atlas site that actually creates a kind of simplified form and steps for installing software probes. We want it to be as easy as possible. We think it could still be easier, but the vast majority of probes that are coming online today are software probes. And there are some measures we have in place to make sure that people are not putting in place many probes in the same prefix, because that's not very useful for anyone. But installing a software probe has never been easier, and I'd encourage you all to do it.
But then, just to follow up, if you take, let's say, the last 5 years, what is, and if you haven't done that, it's okay, but have you noticed a difference between the rate of the software probes that eventually get disconnected versus the physical probes that get disconnected? Is it something
yeah, I don't have the exact numbers on, but my sense is from looking at things that in some ways it's easier to abandon a software probe than it is to abandon a hardware probe. But as more and more software probes come online, it's kind of inevitable that there will be a larger number that are taken offline. But thanks.
Leah Estina, IPNCC.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to add, I just want to comment on your request on country report. Like what Stefan already mentioned, the data is there. We have a lot of visualization based on country, but I think what we need to know, I think from the team, is what is it that exactly that you need? What kind of data? What would you like to see in the report? That's all. So we need to have that feedback from you so that we can. Stefan is here. He can start working.
And it might be different per organization too, of course.
Okay. If we take AFIX Labs, for instance, okay, it's totally different. I mean, the measurement methodology is totally different. I totally agree with you. But they provide country and even ASN reports for a couple of, metrics like DNSSEC validation, IPv6, DNS over quick, blah, 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 blah. So the question here is, from the data that Ripe Atlas probes are able to collect by default, is it possible to generate such a similar kind of
I think it's quite possible.
Regardless of what the community needs, because the needs will always be different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm the UI guy, right? So I'm all the front end switches and bars and things. Those are the things that I'm most concerned about. So looking at the data that we have, I can imagine a sort of preference panel where different users would decide, on my country report, I'd like to see this information and this information, things that come from a variety of measurements, which networks were directing measurements towards my network, which are the networks that are important to me, what's my particular probe history. There's numerous things that I could see that would be gathered in a particular country report, configured with preferences by the user so that they could receive specifically the information that they want.
Okay, so just a last comment. It's because one of the key questions on the motivation to deploy and to ensure that the probes get connected over the time is the value that people get out of it. Right? So maybe, it's just maybe here, maybe having such kind of reports will then trigger another question, because if the probes are not continuously connected, the report's accuracy will so maybe by having such kind of reports, people could see more value. As of today, they have to, to connect and run their own measurements, while the system by default, by design, is already conducting a lot of measurements, as what you've just said. So yeah, I was just thinking if adding that by default could help,
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. It's definitely something that we're looking into. Thanks. And I think I'm over my time, so thank you very much.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Just Gila and Patrick. You can't call someone to your own house for a party, then you gift yourself. It's weird, right? He'll see me. The rest will see me behind the tent. We'll discuss. Last thing, then you get to party again. Isabel?
Guys, you've forgotten about me, Enoch. They can put on some music in the meantime. What was it? That was a different person yesterday. Yeah, I have so much to tell you, but I don't know why. But I wanted to tell you with some screens. Okay. Okay, we've reached the closing of this week's AfPIF. We would like to say thank you very much for joining us for these 3 days. We appreciate you coming, and to those that keep returning, please keep returning. And those who've joined us for the first time, we welcome you, and we hope the event was fruitful for you, and we hope to see you again next year as well. Are there slides? Ah, excellent. Yes. Ah, great. Thanks. So we'd like to say thank you to our organizers this year, which is AFIX, Richter, and Planet Swiss. Thank you very much for making this happen. Obviously, behind every event, there is an organizing team, and would like to say thank you to the African IXP Association Secretariat. Kudos to you guys. Could you please stand up? Kyle, come on. This is the first time they are hosting AfPIF without ISOC. So guys, kudos to you. Kyle. Come, let me shake your hand. So, a big thank you to the African IXP Association Secretariat, Kyle, Spencer, Ashley, Maureen, Timothy, and Henok. Thank you very much. If you're in the room, you could stand up if nobody saw you at the beginning of the event. Okay, cool. And obviously, the content that you get to listen to, the speakers that you get to watch and listen to, are solicited by this amazing group of people, including myself, the AfPIF Program Committee. Some of them are not here with us, and some are supporting us remotely. A big thank you to you all. A big thank you to us. If you're in the room, could you please stand up? Cedric, Dawn, Brian, Obina, Henok, and Mike. Thank you, guys. Just something small, if you guys haven't observed, Obina is wearing a suit in his picture, and he decides not to come and grace us with that kind of presence here. I don't know what you take us for, but next year you won't be allowed into the room without a suit, because we know you can wear one. Thank you. Please give us feedback. We'd like to hear back from you. We'd like to understand where we would like to create some improvements. But most importantly, this year we're looking for input on fundraising. So those who do have experience on fundraising, especially from the other peering forums, from the other regions, please reach out to us. I'll give you just a minute to scan the QR code. Good? Say again? Oh yeah, it will also be emailed to you, but would appreciate it while you're here to do the same. Thank you. So in-person registration, we had 718 registrations with 276 ASNs, unique ASNs. Networking opt-in, 613. Attendance, we had 369, and out of those, we had 165 ASNs. For those of you who don't know what an ASN is, I hope you attended the BGP session, or maybe Cedric could have had it in one of his presentations. Pre-registered, 308, walk-ins, 61, premium tickets, 202, and gender ratio 73 to 27%. It's still low, but there's a bit of an improvement, so Thank you, ladies, for showing up. Attendees from 45 countries. Rwanda, thank you very much for representing us in your home. Kenya, thank you for representing East Africa. Uganda, you could do better. Bilateral meetings, attendees with meetings, we had 140 attendees with meetings, and total meetings were 180 meetings, and those that excelled, that had the most meetings were Rihaj. I don't know where Rihaj is from. Hey! Fred Ndiro, Jack Child. Say again, they're still meeting. Wouter and Bokar Kane. Thank you guys for making good use of the tool. And I'm sure there are some people who also chose to meet outside of Brela, but it would be nice to make good use of the tool next time. Network usage. Out of the 1 gig that we had been given, this is what we utilized in total for the 3 days. I don't know what guys were doing at 12 o'clock every day. Look at those peaks. Is anyone who's going to check for us what these guys were doing? Yeah, but thank you very much to our connectivity sponsor. And the second graph basically is showing you our usage over 24 hours, which has been good. I hope you guys had a good experience with the internet. If there were any issues, our connectivity sponsor is here. Maybe they'll make an improvement next time. A big thank you to the sponsors, the Masters of Coin. Thank you very much. So our Masters of Coin, obviously, minus the organizers, which is AFIX, Richter, and the internet event partner, Internet Society. Our platinum sponsor, Open Access Data Centers, Afrinic, AMSIX, Akamai, C Squared, and this is our bronze, I apologize. I'll do this again. Our platinum sponsor, Open Access Data Centers, gold sponsor, Digital Realty and Virtual. Our silver sponsors, Afrinic, AMSIX, AWS, Meta, and UIXP. Our bronze sponsor, Akamai, C Squared, Links, Plurium, and Tespok. Our social sponsors, NAP Africa, Paratus, Links, and Walk Online. Our streaming, Africa Data Centers, Fellowship by DKIX, the Lanyards, Flex Optics, Connectivity, BSC. BSC, maybe we'll get to find out, maybe you'll share with me what people were doing at 12 o'clock every day. The AfPIF location will be shared with you because we're still receiving proposals for hosting, and if you would like to host us, our call for hosting is still open. You could write to secretariat@afix.org. Now the interesting part, the very end. Please join us for the after party in the expo area, guys. It was nice seeing you. It was good hosting you. I hope you had a wonderful week and see you next year. Thank you.
Kindly return the headsets for translation. If you have a headset for the translation, kindly return it, please. If you have the translation headset, kindly return it. Thank you. For those thinking that you can play music with it, you won't be able to. Please return it.